Hello and good morning and welcome to. Oh shit, that's my manager's stuff is on. I hear it echoes. Hello and good morning and welcome to Fortnite with Sephiroth PX. We have a few things to do today. First, we should have paradise missions. Oh, frick, there are no paradise missions. What the hell? Well, we don't have paradise missions. I thought Tuesday or Wednesday was to be paradise missions load up. When do paradise missions reset? Frick, that's not what it's called. Well, okay. I guess we'll come back and do the paradise missions later. So much for that idea, but we have two other things we're going to do today. We have the Bites quest to do, which I will have to be Bites for. And then we're just going to play, I guess, for a few hours. I have a plan today. I'm going to talk about my past publications. It's spooky month, and almost all of my past publications are horror. Now, I'm not going to be spoiler free for any of it. So if you haven't read those things and you don't want spoilers, go read them and then watch this on YouTube or in the VODs. I recommend YouTube because then you can chat with me afterward. But the VODs are available if you don't have a YouTube. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to change over to the Bites. Now, once we're done with Bites, we're going to come back here to Dyer. I have Dyer uploaded as part of the. Oh yeah, I have Dyer. So first I have Dyer uploaded as part of my locker because of the release of Bite of the Moon. So first off, shameless self-plug on my own channel. My advertiser today is myself. I fund myself anyway. My name is Joshua Winters as an author, and I have just released the book Bite of the Moon. It is a dark, urban, modern fantasy that is also werewolf-centric, meaning the center of the story, the main character is a werewolf, and it's based around him being a werewolf. It is the first book of a 5-part series. I am satisfied with how it came out. However, whether or not it's a good book is up to you guys. Read it. Tell me your thoughts. If you like it, join me on Facebook under Joshua Winters as well as Sephiroth TX, and keep up on what I'm doing next. I am currently writing the second volume as well as working on a release of a kind of dystopian short collection. And choking on coffee. Hold on. Who for freak chokes on coffee? Me, apparently. And yeah, so I'm currently working on a short. I'm working on the second part of this novel. I'm working on another series, which is anthro related for you furries. I've been working on that for longer than I've been working on the Bite series. The anthro series was put to the back burner for a certain reason, but now I'm just kind of bringing it out because I'm like IDGAF. I'm still self-publishing myself. Who cares what other people think? Anyway, I want y'all to take a look at Bite of the Moon. It's $5. It's 100,000 plus words, so it's a big novel, but only for $5 because I'm not somebody who's in the horror is known, and I am self-published, so I don't think it should be more than $5. And I looked up a list of self-publishing prices, and that seemed a fair price. That means I make about 3 something for every sale. If y'all are wondering, I am nervous as heck. I don't know. I've had hundreds of people read my horror stories, but I've never had a full-on review from people. People don't like to listen to reviews. You see less and less reviews as time go on under even the major writers. So if y'all read it, send me a review, good or bad. I think the most nervous thing I'm about is the people I know reading it and not liking it. It's like family members and stuff. They're gonna be like, "Yo, your stuff is trash," and throws their Kindle at me. I'm like, dude, that's an expensive Kindle. What the hell? But read it and tell me what y'all think. So today we're going to first get Bite out. I think this is going to be the one I want. Yes, it is. So as Bite, we have to do Bite missions, and apparently we're going to be introduced to something. Oh, frick! No, we're going to go in as. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're not going straight into his missions. Their missions. We're going into Battle Labs. Because what the hell? No. I'll switch. Because today there's massive amounts of map changes just for the little bit. So the first thing we're going to do is map change review. Because apparently there's map changes all over the map. We don't normally get that many map changes in a small update in between. Like during the point updates, we don't normally get 5+ map changes, and most of them are actually pretty huge. So we're going to go through the entire map and find the changes I know about. First thing you'll notice that the chrome is spreading and connecting. Wow, this is a noisy ass spider. The chrome from the volcano has spread over here and connected to the chrome from here. It's connected over there and to that chrome. There's now chrome over here. And what was this area? This is Jonesy's place has been chrome. So we've already seen this chrome. Not a lot has happened here. However, if you come down here to the foundations remain, you'll notice that he now has hexagons in his chrome, which also allows you to reach his wind. I still don't know what the wind around his statue is all about. Oh, fly. Jesus. Wow, that doesn't get you very high either. I liked it better when you get all the way up to his head. And you get up to his second head. Actually, get up to his chest, but that's not the point. Anyway, there's a lot more chrome on the map, which should allow us to get more chrome and travel faster. Speak of the devil. So we'll head around to the usual areas. So it looks like Fort Jonesy is suddenly becoming chrome. Now, they have taken some precautions against it, but honestly, I don't think it's enough. As you can see, the chrome is running through their base now as a kind of path, a river. It seems to be following the human paths for some reason. But their idea of escaping it appears to be getting up high and building paths and not touching the ground. The problem you have there is the chrome climbs. Everybody else has a good idea of, that's new. Everybody else has a good idea of flying, but Jonesy's company is just climbing up. You hear that? Oh, that's the van. I was like, well, they have like a water tower now, a chicken coop up here. A lot of their... Yeah. Good job, Beach Jonesy. Is his hand sunburn, or is it light not a problem for you? Oh, he's talking to me because I have metal hands. You can see they also set up like a rope zipline thing. Can we actually zipline off this? Oh, we can. Oh, you can destroy those boxes like that. That's what that is for. Oh, here's a new DMR, by the way. It's actually pretty badass. Let's see if we can help Jonesy. Oh, no, Jonesy doesn't need our help. Hello, John. And here's some more. Oh, you can see it's taking over some cheese here, and it's taking over this generator they had got going in the light. I'm assuming the light doesn't work if it's... Well, actually, the light isn't chromed, oddly enough. So it does seem like... Well, no, it's not touching any of that. We'll see how this goes. I would bet that Jones' place gets taken over. Logically, it shouldn't exist anymore. Shimmering Shrine shouldn't be too different. However, if we go over here, our gas station has been ruined. Where's this go? Wait, release. Oh, right, I'm in this. I can't release that. Let's chrome some bushes. I like chroming things. Chroming things is one of my favorite things to do this season. Yay, I'm no longer glitchy. I was playing, I think, on Xbox the other night. I was all glitchy. You can see some things being lifted. There's a vault right there. I don't know if those are moving. I honestly don't keep tracking up with this small stuff in the air to notice them moving, and no one has given me any indication they're moving. Whoa, what? Wait. This place is more. So this was already, I think, taken, if I'm correct. But it is now more taken, and the mine has been shut down. The Indiana Jones rock place has been shut down. I don't even know if that was usable at the time. But you can see there's more hexagons, so I'm going to assume these hexagons are just going to end up replacing everything. Gives me a very cube feeling. Like, whoa. Still think this is somehow part of the cube. Little army. I like the metal sounds as you run. So yeah, you can see a whole bunch of new or hexagonal areas. Call them, I don't know what she gonna call them. This area is still relatively untouched, but it's barely. It'll eventually be taken over, most likely. It sounds so creepy in there. Let's go ahead. Actually, let's see if this place is doable. Ooh, you can. We need some more. Yep, there's some. Thank you, whatever that is. Oh, the llamas have actually been made more killable, by the way. So much easier. So we'll just run up here, by the way, we're right here. Look, I should put my... I don't know if I should put my tree back down there. I don't know where to put my tree now. I need to put my tree down because they removed it. Sometimes they get removed, especially if there's a big change. I think they removed it the other day in preparation for the change. So our gas station, which I love to come in and blow up, has been risen into the sky, which will make blowing it up from afar a lot harder. I'm not even sure if there's gas. Oh yeah, there's the gas pumps up there, I guess. Maybe. No, the gas pumps are down here. So I can still blow up the gas pumps. I don't know what kind of damage they'll do. No damage. Doesn't even spread. They're lifting up the trailers. That's hilarious. Oh. The garage is gone. The garage has already been spired. Ooh. So garage is a spire. I guess that's aspiring to be a spire. I'm sorry. you can take me out now. Hello. The hell is this? Gee. Oh, this is a new chest. So there's a new chest. I didn't know they came in packs like this unless this is specifically this mode version. There's a new chest I was told about that'll tell you what's in it, and you need the same keys you use to open the vault to get into it. So, like, if I had a key, I could have got a purple sub, a golden prime, I'm assuming, a golden rifle, golden DMR, I'm assuming. Is that one of these? I'm assuming this is a DMR. And I don't know, because this looks like a heavy. Oh, it tells you what it is. Hunter bolt action, so golden bolt action or exotic booms. Oh, you can get exotics from it too. Cool. Ah. Hello, man. I think I think she's gonna end up in that group. By the way, the group has been updated. We see them. I'll stop by them. But the Lonely 7 person is now in it. So it sounds like we still got our inside place over here. But it looks like the chrome that was already growing over there has been upgraded and is on the move and has taken over this area. It's taken over the restaurant too. There's a chunk of roof over there. They saved the roof. The hell? Is there any, like, anything on the roof up there? What is this? That's the gas station. What is this? It's just a platform with a gas on it, because people are definitely going to have flying vehicles. Oh, wait. Are we going to have flying vehicles that need gas? That'd be cool. And I see our next destination over there. Do you see what moved, guys? Let's go ahead and chrome these rocks. So our person sounds like he's going to be a bad guy, by the way. I've seen a little bit of the someone playing the missions on accident, and sounds like we are no bueno, but we'll see how it goes. So if we come over here to Rocky Reels, you can see a little bit of stuff. I think that might be a vault up there. Rocky Reels isn't really changed too much. They have the roots, so they probably will get chrome. But over here, oh, that's attached to him. Does he have a vault inside and a vault attached, or did he just attach himself to the vault? And more of them. That's a lot of loot you can drop there. That mess. So over here, oh, where am I? Where am I on this thing? Where did I go? Should be near Rocky Reels. Between the Rocky Reels and Greasy Grove is his place. He seems to have gotten really far away from here. He went down from the now illustrious lagoon, and down here he went far. Hello. And it sounds like most of the flying places will be on the move as they get going. You might want to replace those hens with these hooks, or with hooks. I seem to be getting interesting talks to with the characters just by having this character out, which is cool. I did not expect that. There's something below us. Hello, what is below us? Oh, the butter barn. Hello. Excuse me? Shall we try that again? That was weird. I'm on down to the Butter Barn. So Butter Barn, Neo Butter Barn has lifted off the ground. Butter Barn was changed into its futuristic setting by the tree, but it seems like, I don't even remember where there was chrome over here. The chrome just started growing? Seems like the chrome started growing from the tree here. I don't see the tree anymore. Well, there's some remnants of a tree. Might be right there. But it looks like they got off the ground just in time, because there's already spires here, and some of it was being taken over. You can see a roof right here taken over. So Butter Barn is up. Some of it did not make it. There's another store over here that's all chromified, but that's cool. That means more chrome for me. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's this mode, but this is being very generous with the chrome right now. Hello, cold person. never. Okay, say no to things. It could be less creepier sounding. Thank you. No, it shouldn't be. It's near Halloween. This is Halloween. Have I mentioned 500 times how much I like the climbing ability in this game? So much. It adds so much character to this game. Where's the balloons at? Oh, they're not even ballooned up. They don't have any giant balloons on them. Hello. Excuse me? How do you get on these things? I guess you just climb. Okay, so this is somewhere we're probably gonna have to land just to unlock it when we come back into the game eventually. We don't really have a time limit today. I don't work till super late tonight. Sorry, text from me, son. We should check Cloudy Condos. I was told to check Cloudy Condos for something new if they have something new. I don't know if they have something new or if they just wanted to see them, so we'll go look for his sake since he's a viewer. And hello, viewer. Holy cow. I haven't bought too much off the store. I did buy the Peely bone skin, the one that shows his bones and his guts. His jiggly intestines. Jiggle, jiggle, your intestines. Make banana menudo. Don't ask. What? You didn't know it? Menudo is made out of guts. Oh my god, I was making menudo the other day, and I guess they didn't chop it up correctly because a whole half section of a tube came out. I was like, oh, that's nice. Plop right into the scoop. A bucket. I put out my heater. Bucket. Do you call them buckets? I guess you call them buckets. So I don't know. This has changed spots. I'm assuming this will still get me up there. It doesn't look different. Let's just go ahead and write this. Oh, almost didn't. Oh, I see. I guess. Ow. Maybe this? I don't remember if this. Yeah, I think this might be all new and that might be higher. I think they're higher, maybe a little. And it looks like the chrome has come in. Hello. Need some chrome. I need the chrome. I'm an addict. Ooh, gold cobra. I gold cobra. Oh, hello. This is where the difference happens. I don't think this was this taken over. It's more hexagon stuff. More of the chrome builds. Over in the Greek area. So this was a Grecian area. Okay, so this was originally the area for the condos in Condo Canyon. This was where all the rich people had their shit. Then the tree started switching around and eventually settled on Grecian build. Now, as I said before, I believe the build is a different period of history on the island, or from wherever Peely is. I think Peely is native to the island as far as I can tell. But apparently some point in the past, at least, Peely had a Grecian empire. A Peely had a Grecian empire. Anyway, it seems to have now been not only chromified, some of these buildings were already chrome, but it's being taken over by the chrome like this. Julio. We can get up to a balloon. There's balloons up there and we can fly. First, let's figure out where we're going next. We hit condos. I don't think there's anything at Chonkers. We can fly towards Greasy Grove, I guess. And look around as we go there. And see if there's anything new. What's your language, you bird? Oh, they're not here. I like this little reflective water on the side of the pool. It's very nice. I like little details like that. I love Fortnite. Their creators are just so good. So I don't see anything happening in Chonkers. Some things over there. Like some stuff's been taken over by the hexagons. The desert seems relatively chrome-free compared to the rest of the place. I mean, of course, there's what we just came from, which is technically desert. Boom, headshot. Who's old enough to remember boom, headshot? The memes on the older days. Boom, headshot, the Numa dance. Ooh, why make that? So the Old West town is still untouched, which is not surprising, but not for long by the looks of it. Okay, get out of Chrome so I can run. Forgot I can't run as Chrome, it just turns me into a gloop. Come on up to the butter barn, because they're no longer down. Nothing over at Synapse Station, which is good. Our pirate vessel. Shall we get a lift from Sir Pirate so we can fly? I like the flying boat. See those skills, parkour. That's just the gas station, right? Yeah. Woo! Look at that de-resolution. I saw a cheat where if you get stuck in something like that, you can land. And ow. And if you land inside, you can place down like a floor. And if you place down a floor and someone comes, if you place down a floor, if someone comes through, you place down a floor, you shoot at them, they'll try to come back in. They'll try to land where you are, but they'll hit the balloon, fall into the balloon, and it's a long enough fall from the top of the balloon to the bottom of the balloon that'll kill them. So I am seeing not anything in Greasy. It seems like Greasy's location is pretty empty. Let's see what this guy says to him. Sorry, just sold the last taco. Okay. I know, but you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to ransack. Oh man, he's out of money. I'm sorry, I'm not going to ransack the place. Sorry, dude. Look, I haven't seen one of these in forever. Oh shit. Ow. Got any health items on you? Oh, look, health item. I guess I'll keep this. Ba 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 booey. Let's go check this real quick, and then we'll hit the reality tree. I don't think this is probably going to do anything, but also let's chrome this. And then do our usual. I have yet to hit him with that. Wow, that was an interesting path it took. That's my favorite rock, by the way, just because it bowls right through that taco place. So I don't see anything too different around here. We're on the outside of the island, and with Greasy not doing anything, I don't expect too much to happen around here. Ooh, if you hit that when you come out, you don't get a fly. I see a weird shading issue over there on that rock. There's the shark, Dusty. They're all good. Oh, there's a chrome chicken. We'll go see if anything's there at the tree. There was a little chrome around the tree. I'm still debating on whether or not the tree is part of the nothing and the chrome things, or if the tree is part of the 0 point and has now just been corrupted by the nothing after its growth. Because when the tree came, it looked like a 0 point bloom. The tree's still all bulge looking, by the way, but you can see its energy. I think there was energy and stuff surging up it, and it's gone, albeit there's still energy in the roots. That said, the nothing chrome is coming from the tree, mini tree, so it's really difficult to figure out what's going on here. The story's a little confusing. I don't see much here. There may be, yeah, there's some new spires that didn't exist back then. Other than that, not much here. Is there... Oh, you know what? The tree's not going to have its stuff anyway. It doesn't matter if I get up there. Okay, so yeah, there's at least two new growths of chrome around here. Chrome growths? Can you chrome these mushrooms? Oh, you can. And they still keep their property. Cool. Okay, north of here, where the hell are we on the map? We're on Reality Tree, but I don't see us. Oh, we're over here. We can go to Tilted real quick and see if Tilted's at all different. I like that as the chrome, you can sprint, and there is no power use on the sprint, and it moves faster than actual sprinting. I think it moves faster than normal wolf sprinting, though I think chrome wolves do get a burst of speed. Hello? Do y'all see where freaking the insurance company went? Is that it in the distance? That is it. The insurance company is now over this area, because that area's been taken by the chrome. Okay, that makes sense. We'll head over there. Now, why not? So it seems to have lifted off and taken away, and it's the only building. Look, you can even see the ship from here. The ship seems to be coming towards here. Are we having an insurance versus pirates fight? I think they're just evacuating people. They're getting up off the ground, and they're evacuating people. That building can hold a few hundred people in reality. Oh, we do need to hit the party place though, because we needed to check. Oh wait, it's not there. Oh, it's up there. That's been moving. It's over by something called Grim Gables. I don't know what that is. Have I landed there? I must have landed there the other day. Wait. That's... Oh, it's been poured in. Do we have another rift in the sky? I don't think the rifts in the sky work correctly in this mode. Yeah, I can't make that. Oh, come on. That was so right there. Will you grab the mantle? Sir. Fired. Okay. So, yeah, that's going to be Grim Gables. Rift right there, probably. Oh, wait, that's straight up. Well, that's relatively it. So, yeah, we have a new rift. We had a rift for the other place. We had a rift for Grim Gables, because you can see how it looks like it was just eaten into the snow right here. Slowly chipping away at our snow. I don't like that. And it looks like it took out part of the mountain too. It's taking over the mines. Well, Chapter 1 mines are gone again, but technically they were in a different place. We'll check that out too in a minute. First, let's go to Sleepy Sound. A lot to check out. I swear this is one of the biggest map updates ever. Even some chapter updates didn't have updates this big. Can you chrome tires? The answer is no. You can chrome electrical boxes. Now the question is, wow, that's kind of big and obvious over there. The question is, if you chrome boxes, electrical boxes, do they still conduct electricity correctly? Can chrome conduct electricity? The answer is, I don't know. I'm not a chrome expert or electrical expert. Chrome chicken. Oh. Ew. You have a lot to do with those keys now. You might have to upgrade the amount of keys we can carry there for Fortnite. Probably fine. Is there logging here? Is there always logging here? Random place to have logging. A logging area. Oh, hello. Yep, I said that it looked like they got hit by the chrome. I didn't even notice that. It's not even listed. Where the hell am I? Oh, it's right here. Look, we got another tornado. So first, I'll move. I'm over here near the gas station, actually. How did I miss this? No, it's not the gas station. This is Coney. It was Coney. I don't know what it's called yet. Oh my god, you could accidentally put yourself burned there if you're not careful. Well, we'll go up there in a minute. It's not much to see. Actually, we'll probably see the entire town from here. So this is our insurance company. It's been moved a lot. It looks like it was coming in here to rescue Coney, but Coney has been taken quickly, which is weird because I don't even think Coney had a tree on it. It must have come from this new water spout, chrome spout. I'm gonna call them chrome spouts because they're technically not tornadoes. They're coming out of a portal, so they're spouts. Looks like we've had some hex builds already. It's taken over some of the main buildings and houses. It looked like, oh, so here's my proof, by the way. I said Jonesy building up wasn't going to rescue their place. This place built up, and it's now part of the chrome. Looks like some of the buildings aren't quite chrome, but I don't know if they can rescue them in time. Some of them built up, too. Again, building up isn't rescuing them. Jones going to have to get airborne if they're going to rescue their place. Now, the most important, the ice cream, is okay. And for some reason, the gas station is untouched. Well, part of the gas station is untouched. The garage. Took the garage again. Took the garage fully. That's a large balloon. Cool. These balloons allow you to launch from wherever. Nope. Get up on my ice cream, and then get up there. Okay, then. Let's go check out the new chrome spout. What the hell? There's an obvious error with these guys nowadays, and I don't know what's going on. I have a new chrome spout over here. It's taken our little depot area right here, actually, and moved it up. Or, no, I can't tell. Looks like it's taken over a part of it, and part of it looks like it's been moved up, or it's funky or something. Maybe it's just the way it looks. Weirded me out. Where's it spreading chrome to? Oh, what the absolute frick? Did y'all see that? He launched a rock at me. Hello, Biggles. It looks like we have Chrome up here. Oh, hello. The lighthouse has been moved of all the places to rescue. We got the lighthouse first. It's the most important. It looks like something over the lighthouse has been chromed. But they got the lighthouse up and about. Oh. Tried. The city hasn't been touched yet. Some of the city's coming up, though. They're trying to get it evacuated. In fact, I think most of the cities come up. Did this come out, too? It has. So, fish exploitation has been moved up. The apartments are being raised. Everything, so they're moving over here in Sleepy. But if we go over here to Coral Castle area, so this place was part of sort of the rich villas. Kind of replaced the rich villas from the first chapter 1, and they were up here now. And they were then ported to different things by this tree, and then turned, I guess, into Coral Castle, and now Coral Castle is become Chrome Castle. It is being overtaken by the Chrome, but I don't see any of the hexes yet, which usually show a later stage infection, so it's early stage infection right now. But that also means more of these for me. I like that when you destroy them and hit them, it just like splashes of chrome instead of like rock or tree. Oh my god, we're gonna have chrome chests now, which have nothing but chrome weapons in them or something. Hopefully it always comes with like 2 different weapons. I need more coffee. Oh, they got out just in time. The pad is chromed. Don't know how close that was. Okay. With that, we can head over to... I don't see anything new up here. We can probably skip this. This logjam doesn't look good. Let's go see where Grim Gables is. I have already unlocked that, which means I have landed there or something during one of my... I was having the... Oh, I forgot to show you. I'll show you when I'm in the menu. I have an issue, an error, that happens in menu, and I had landed the other day to see if it would do anything. Maybe I landed at Grim Gables. It was in a match, so I just landed to try things, and I was killed pretty much right away. Ooh, there's a tree over here. If this tree becomes a place of 0, oh, it'll probably be one of the ones that talk to us. Yeah. What the frick is this wolf made out of? When he died like he was chrome still. I like how he flips it. But this is Grim Gables. It used to be the mine. Is the mine all shut down? I'll go up there real quick, and then we'll come see Grim. The mines down there are gone. Lower mines are gone. The upper mines are still here, by the looks of it, in their completionist form. So we saw the big mines. We're missing the lower open mines that reminded us of the old mines from Chapter 1 that were originally down south. I see a spooky house. This is definitely a Fortnite Mares update. Cornfield spooky house, really a cornfield. Not just a cornfield maze. Hello. What's this? Oh, more chrome. It's very spoopy. Let's go look inside the house. Hello. Slightly familiar. It's kind of like the mansion up north, but spookier. Shh, you're making noise. This is what I keep hearing about. This is the grandfather clock? Hold on. Stranger Things grandfather clock. People are saying it looks like the Stranger Things grandfather clock. Nah, not really. I mean, a little. They're grandfather clocks, but there's huge difference in the face. So it may just be a reference. People are saying we might be getting Vecna. That would be freaking cool. I would like Vecna. We could also get 11, you know. Now, technically, she's an adult in real life. I have some Mario PTSD I'm not very sure about in this room. Because when I walked in a room like this back in Mario 64 and I was a kid, the piano attacked me. Okay, it's not attacking me. Haunted houses and pianos. I'll never get over that. Thank you, Nintendo. Oh, there's a lot of grandfather clocks in here, actually. The frick has more than one grandfather clock in their house. How loud would that be every hour? Spooky sheets on furniture. Boarded over doors. Oh yeah, these are unbolted now. We can grapple now again. People were sad the grapple's gone, but we had Gwen. What the absolute frick? We got money, we got blue. We've got a patio. Stairs upstairs. More bedrooms. Oh, there's the stairs upstairs. Oh, the floor suddenly got gross. What the hell? Let's do the attic. Spooky bookshelves. More spooky furniture. Spooky flooring. Spooky attic. Cool. Spooky extra attic. Spooky me breaking out the wall. Okay, pretty cool. I like it. I don't think it's a Stranger Things reference. This is not what's his name's house. This looks more like a haunted version of that mansion up in the northern area. But not bad. I like it. Hello, ship. We're not going to check out the ship. I don't think it's any different. It just happens to be moving over here. Probably checking out the new Rift teleport. There's 2 rifts in the sky now. Its blimp noises are all in full blast now. There's a move, I guess. It's the first time we've seen a moving blimp since we defeated IO 2 seasons ago. Yo. Let's see, where are we? What's here? What is there to do? That's a moving thing. I guess we don't need to look at Rave Cave, unless Rave Cave's been taken over. Okay, I know you people. Look, there's nothing there. There's nothing going to be taken over. Logjam's more likely to be taken over than Rave Cave. But we're pretty much done with the map changes, I think. I think map changes are finished. So, you know what? Just for the heck of it, since we're here, we'll hit Logjam and Rave Cave just to see if there's anything new. Logjam should be changing soon. It's still technically a tree port area, and all those seem to be infected. Oh, wait, we want to go see what they say about my hands. Well, I have infected their balloon. Hey, you. Come back. Interesting. Okay, let's get out of the chrome just to get us chrome happening. How about that? Interesting. Okay, whatever. Here. Now you're chrome. Just for the hell of it. I like the buzz. Yay! I'm not even getting anything in there. I just feel like opening it. Shush. Where are we heading? Logjam, which is this way. Get up. Gotta go upstairs to get a boost. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, bring it. A reminder, if you didn't know you could do that, you can fall from great heights, like as high as you can build, as a blob and not take any damage as long as you're a blob. If you happen to unblob on the way down, you're out of luck, because it does full damage still, I believe. But I'm not positive, actually. Someone needs to test that. Looks like no chrome here yet. So Old West has been spared, but they also don't seem to be taking any kind of precautions. I'm sorry, is there a building missing? It feels emptier. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like there's a missing building, but I don't know. Yeah, so Logjam Junction is still the same it is. There's actually a bank being built over here. I don't see any stilts or anything of them trying to escape. The whole place probably will be taken. Then again, well, if they're building, they're probably still populated by the populace that used to be here before it was ported over. Again, I think this is like the other place, part of the people who used to live, a city that used to be here back in the Old West, part of its own history, ported into it. I think they're porting things out of time instead of out of dimensions. I could be wrong. That's my theory. And last but not least, let's hit the Cave of Raves, and then we'll head into the actual game. This took me an hour, right? Let's see what it is. An hour. We've been in here for an hour now. I will shamelessly plug my book every so often, so, you know, just in case y'all didn't hear me the first time, I have a book that was released, Dark Urban Fantasy Werewolf. It's my first full novel. If y'all feel like supporting me, that is the best way to support me, because not also do you give me $3 by buying a $5 book. You support my self-publishers who do their best to self-publish us off what little money they make off of us, and you get a book out of it. Instead of just handing me money and watching me play video games, you get like an actual book you can read out of it. Oh, Stormeye is shrinking. Hello. It's only been an hour. This thing's always like, hey, you have a 3-hour time limit, and then 1 hour into that 3-hour time limit, it's gone. Yeah, nothing in Red Cave. Red Cave is still okay. It's been evacuated, but it is okay. Until now. Music isn't playing. How dare it. Ooh, wait, is our guy up there? He is. Can I chrome him? He is uncombable. But can I chrome this? No. Can I chrome the floor? No. Can I chrome your balls? Oh my god, it chromes. It was already shiny, and it breaks. It isn't moving anymore. I have 5 more chromes to use before we leave. I'm going to use them all. Can we chrome the coaster? And my aim suck. Coaster cannot be chromed. I'm assuming that means... Yeah, that probably can't be chromed either. That can be chromed though. We've chromed whatever that lighting fixture was. Chrome in the bar. Bar has been chromed. 2 more. Chrome in the supplies. Chrome supplies. Chrome in the bar. I hope you guys like chrome beer. We call it here. Wait. Ah, there's a Lunfer down here. Okay, so we'll call that a map change thing. We'll head back to the lobby and then I'll start on the thing. Also, I am going to be watching y'all's chat I'll see it on screen. Y'all won't see the screen part if you're on YouTube because I'm on my PlayStation. But I'm also going to go into my collection of shit I've made, and we'll talk. We'll talk about my books I have released. Where's my library? I would say starting with Unsuspected. Hey, that's the first in my library. I must have got Kindle just so I could have that in my library. Unsuspected. My very first publication way back in the day. Almost a decade ago. More than a decade ago? 2013. About a decade ago, guys. This is almost a decade old. I was a very hopeful person back then. So first we'll be doing is Bites Quest. I have Halloweened up the music, by the way. You should only hear semi-scary music. Bites Quest, Grandchild Awaits. Tune the TV while wearing the balance outfit. Now, if you go to the TVs without wearing it, the TV will say, "You're not the one we're looking for." Get out of that lab. And this is how we awaken their arm thing. I'm gonna say they because they have feminine features in the face to me. Some people have been insisting they are male. I'm gonna say I don't know, so I'm gonna say they. It could be non-binary. Some of the cartoons of them look extremely cute. So if people don't like them, I like day one. I was a big fan of this outfit. I love the hair. I like the character styles. I just think they're cute and cool looking. And since they're apparently going to the side of evil, that makes them cool. Why can I not do that? I have that. Oh no, I don't have that one. Oh, that's the... He's wagging his tail. Oh, well, this is gonna suck. I guess we'll go down here. If anything, right after we survive, we can go straight up. We could go to the lagoon, but there'll still be a lot of people there, and less chance of escaping. Thank the boost driver. So the chrome, other than spreading out from the areas it has taken out a lot, seems to still be following human-made paths, which is a little weird. Tune the TV while wearing the Bites outfit. Well, I'm wearing the Bites outfit. Oh, it's this house.
We see you're finally prepared to face your fate. But first, you must prove yourself.
Ow. Jesus. Okay, fill myself with some chrome. But we need Evochrome weapons mostly right now. Did it evolve or what? There it goes. I like the evolution. I don't know what the daily quest was, but okay. I got one of you. 100 damage with an Evochrome weapon so far. Technically, if they allowed me to, I could go into like freaking. What is everyone weapons here? Let's head up north. So, since we're here to talk about my books for Spooky Month, most of my releases have been a mixture of, up until now, most of my releases have been a mixture of, go ahead and take some of that, thriller and horror. My very first release back in 2013 was just a very rough release because I have all my releases were self-published, self-edited, self-everything. I don't have money for anybody to help me, to buy help. Never had any help offered. It's all been done by me. Everything's my own work, all put into these books. I wrote them over years. I collected them with their collections. I spent in months to years editing them. And Chrome Crossroads, huh? That's music. So everything you see is me. So when it came to Unsuspected, my first release, it was very rough. I was not practiced at editing. I just wanted to finally put something out that was something people could read. I was kind of mad about the inability to get anybody to pay attention to my work. And for what appeared to be the death of publishers wanting new writers at all back then, so I took it upon myself to publish. I found out about Smashwords and their ease and quality of self-publishing. Oh, I only have one key. Darn. Okay. What you can do here? Let's go up. We can maybe drop in on someone. Get that. Ollie, oxen free. Aww. Oh, it's just freaking him, isn't it? Why are you being a loud dick? Ooh, I got two now. I can go downstairs. Am I inside the circle? I am inside the circle. Cool. Let's go talk to this guy, though. I haven't seen what he says about the Chrome. I'm not paying for any damage that Chrome stuff does, okay? I don't know if that's something he just says or that's something he said because of me. I haven't talked to him yet this season, but yeah. Oh, we'll go downstairs and Chrome the chest and we can get Chrome items out of the chest. It'd be a waste. Wait. Let's do it, because I need a Chrome rifle anyway. Everything is Chrome. Shotgun. Ooh. Why can I not get a chrome rifle? Hello? Why do chrome rifles not exist? Oh, here we go. Sorry. Ooh, hello. We don't need you, so. Now I have infected the... whatever. I have infected this area. I guess I could sit up here and take pot shots at people. Anyway, Unsuspected was something... So, 2000 something, we had an incident in San Antonio. I've always been critical of San Antonio's inability to, I thought it changed. I'm sorry, did it get harder to shoot now that it's bigger? I see you, whoever the fuck you are. Oh, you're swinging. I was like, what is going on down there? So yeah, we had a tornado hit not long before this publication, and right before I wrote the story. And the tornado hit in San Antonio, which is fairly rare. We live on the southern tip of what used to be Tornado Alley, so we're asking for the big one to hit us just one day, and we're gonna be freaking the hell. Don't scare me like that. We're gonna be completely unprepared for it. So we had, I think, 2 tornadoes hit in one night, and they were F-Zeros, or I think both F-Zeros. They caused minimal damage compared to what like big tornadoes can do. They tore up some roofs, threw out some siding, I think knocked over a small tree. But the thing is, we were completely unprepared. We were unwarned. There was absolutely no indication. We had a cyclonic thing about it. At the time, I worked overnight, I think, over in PetSmart. And I only knew about it because I was keeping up on it, and it was spooky stormy near me. And I was like, well, I guess I should be prepared. My plan was if there was ever a tornado, I was going to throw myself in the dog cages, because the dog cages were nailed to the ground. I hear. I did not see. Oh, hello. Heard that. taking pot shots at people with highly rapid fire weapons. I only have 3 bullets left, though. I need some more bullets. What the hell? Hello, I'm Maximilian, ace pilot. Oh, okay. You're pointless. Oh shit, I almost fell down that. Oh, I want I want that. I want that shotgun. That's my favorite shotgun ever. What the hell is this chest I'm hearing? Oh, there's this. He's downstairs. Nice. Can I have some actual rifle ammo? Thank you. Jeez. Don't need that. Let's go ahead and hit that. This is coming. Oh, wrong thing. So what happens if you land on these? Since we've already had that weird glitch. Oh, that still happened. I'll go back up once. I'm just fooling around. Let's see. Honestly, don't know if animals actually count. Usually animals count in these things, but sometimes they haven't lately. Guys, I am sniper bait. What is taking y'all so long? All it takes is one good sniper to eat me. Look, I hear a sniper. Come get me, dude. I am like the sniper's most friendliest position. Ow, that hurt. Yeah, I'm going back up to that spot. I didn't mean to come down. I did need bullets though, so that worked. Okay, now we're self-loading. I don't know what happens if he'll come sliding up here or I'm gonna get shot. Why do I see gunfire coming from this point, but I don't see where it's coming from. She did the old. Ah, that's hilarious. I wonder if this is a bot or a person I'm fighting, because it's hilarious. She could stand on the ground and shoot at me. What is with these people? I'm gonna sit here and milk this as long as I can. So where did she go? Who knows? Oh, I can't put one there, no. Bloop, bloop. She's on top of the balloon. I thought you couldn't stand up there. Oh my god, she killed herself. Why did they not stand on the ground and shoot at me? One good sniper on the ground would have killed me. I am wide open for a headshot. Whatever. So, and we'll talk about Inspected here for a minute before we come back in. I have so much more on that mission to do, don't I? 2,500 out of 577. Damn, dudes. Vice Quest might take a few days, but we'll talk about. So, Unsuspected came after that time. I sent in a note actually to the San Antonio City Council, and it made it to where it was supposed to be. And my note pretty much said, Darkness, join the home base crew for Nightmare's stay at legendary Oak Ridge Lodge, Stone Plankton's third most haunted hotel. Oh, it saved the world. Okay, cool. And the stars. Yay, stars. Where we at, Battle Pass? 10? Yeah, 10. Excuse me? What is that? 3BS noise. I got 10. Might as well open this up. That'll be good for any cat skin. We're not gonna equip it there though. So I sent in this note to the city council, right? And the city council got back to me and I was like, you know, San Antonio is such a widespread area. There's absolutely no reason to have tornado sirens. I would like to note that Dallas has tornado sirens, and they're just as widespread and as big as we are. They're barely ever hit. It's never going to happen. If it does happen, we have a communication system through cell phones, which, you know, are perfect and never break down, and definitely wouldn't be knocked out by a large tornado. So we don't need it. And I was like, that's irresponsible, kind of myth. So I decided to write a short about it, or a story about it. And it was tornado season. I'm writing it, and I'll write it for a while. Hold on. And I get into it and I write it, and I'm enjoying this. This is pretty good. I put in my fandom for Twister, my fandom of tornadoes in general, my fandom for storm chasers. I think this is then it sits with me for a few years as they usually do, and I get around to like finally around 2013-ish, just before 2013, I'm like, I need to publish something, so I'll publish this. And I get into editing it, and I edit it and edit it, and spend a few months editing it. It's my first time editing, so it's really rough editing. I'm about done editing it when we lose Tim Samaras and the Twistex crew to the giant tornado. I can't believe it's almost been 10 years since then. To the giant tornado in Oklahoma. What happened was there was this massive F5 over in Oklahoma, out in the middle of nowhere. So a good tornado chase, but there was a lot of chasers. Some of them were professional, and some of them were fandom chasers created by watching these shows that didn't know what they were doing. A lot of traffic happened, and that wasn't exactly what killed them. It just made it worse. What happened is the tornado did something a tornado never does. The tornado turned around and went the other way. Like it did, oh, I'm not going this way. I'm going to go backwards kind of turn. And it ran down storm chasers. It tossed more than one vehicle. One of the vehicles it tossed, you can see online, was the actual Weather Channel storm chasing vehicle. And you can see it rolled by the Twister. Unfortunately, one of the vehicles it hit was the Twistex vehicle with all the leads in it, including Tim Samaras, his partner, and this child. I think, is it Samaras' son or the other guy's son? I think it's the other guy's son, but I'm not sure. And they all perished in it, unfortunately. So we lost them and pretty much lost the Twistex crew. I don't think Twistex crew currently functions anymore. Tim Samaras was huge, by the way. I used to watch him online do things before like storm chasing shows were popular, and he is the inspiration for Twister. Actually, he's the guy who dropped things in front of tornadoes so they could record data. Albeit his wasn't as fancy as the fictional one on the show. He was just a little cone thing, but it was his inspiration to drop things in front of the tornado and run away from the tornado. That was what he was famous for doing. That's so I pinned in there towards the end a little ode to Tim Samaras, which I hope if his family ever reads, they find endearing and not disrespectful. It shows what happens. So story-wise, the story takes place between 12 hours. Every chapter is an hour. On the 12th hour, you have a prologue. I don't know if I do all 12 hours or if we skip. I think we do skip. And in the prologue, you're introduced to different people. You have Harry, I think. Hold on. I don't remember all of the characters exactly, but I believe Harry is just your typical young adult. He still lives with his parents. He's at home. During this entire scene, he will be mostly at home, though he's introduced in his white Cougar, which is a takeaway from the car I was driving at the time. And we get to see his standpoint from being at home when a tornado hits, when the F5 hits. And it's just going to be him and his dog, and him trying to hide out in a central location of his house. Then we get introduced to James during the prologue. James is a bar manager. He also works the bar sometimes. He manages several bars, sort of like a franchisee. But he comes in and he manages the bars when he needs to, and actually tends them sometimes. His plan, we find out, is to throw a party at one of his bars for he and his friends. He'll be running it out in nearest the downtown area of San Antonio in big brick buildings where there's a bar. And they'll have to they'll be one of the last ones hit. And because the tornado will take a path like it would normally from the northwest side of town into downtown if it ever hits, and it stays that long. And because things come in from the north side of town, they usually die at the north side of town. But if they don't die at the north side of the town, if they come in like that, they're going to come in from that area first. But anyway, James is going to be there with his friends on the ride out, losing power, not knowing what's going on, and finally being hit last. Alex is a loner, an arcade addict. He'll be writing this out not quite alone. He is through most of this downtown near where James is and a few others. And he is in an arcade, a kind of rundown arcade. Some people come and do it. Arcades are kind of not popular, but Alex is an arcade addict. He's actually skipping school. He's not an adult, and he'll be caught up in a tornado when he's trying to go home in a bus, which gets stuck downtown during some of the worst weather. And during all this, they'll have no warning. Travis is an older gentleman, like super old. He is in a retirement home with a bunch of older people. He'll be dealing with his dementia and his inability to remember and staff, and living in a retirement home as his retirement home is hit by a tornado. Michael and his wife are actually the parents of Harry, and they're out having a anniversary like dinner with champagne and stuff, a little bit of drinking, at a restaurant when the bad weather hits. Now, interesting enough, those people don't actually get to interact with the tornado. Those people get another problem we have here in Texas. In Texas, we have flooding. So bad that after 98 flood here in San Antonio, they had to revamp the entire downtown drainage system just to make sure it didn't flood that bad again inside the city. Still out here outside the city, outside the drainage areas, we could still have massive flooding, and do often when it decides to rain. Ben and Gil are my very first LGBTQ couple, and they're in an LGBTQ group here. They're a gay couple, Ben and Gil, and they're downtown hanging out, just doing what young adults or teenage gay couples do, holding each other, kissing, necking, whatever. They're also with Claudia. Oh, I wrote that poorly. That needs to be edited there. And Leon. And Claudia is an older member of the group. She's been lesbian for a while. Leon is someone who just came out and just joined the group because he was uncomfortable in coming out. He's very straight compared to the other guys, at least straight acting. Which is something you'll have. I'm bisexual, but I'm pretty straight other than how, I guess, upfront I am about not being straight. And then a lot of people who are just coming out, just figuring themselves, so maybe not in a comfortable place where they can come out, kind of put off that straight air as a protection against themselves, to not be targeted in especially if they're in a highly conservative area like Texas. Just because San Antonio is pretty blue doesn't mean we don't have the reds down here that will attack us. We're still Texas. They will write out their stuff. They end up. This is where the storm starts moving in, and they end up in IHOP to write out the storm instead of going straight home. And they're like, the IHOP's 24 hours. We'll sit there, play cards, eat food, whatever. Heather, I think, is our last character we're introduced to during the book, and Heather is a young adult, and she just kind of, her average, kind of plump young adult. She works for Dogco. Now, Dogco will spread throughout different stories of mine. In fact, Dogco is in Bite of the Wolf. However, Bite of the Wolf and Unsuspected aren't the same universe. San Antonio was never destroyed in Bite of the Wolf. So while these companies are the same, they just pretty much a reference to inter-universal stuff like AUs. So Dogco does exist in this, and it is where she works. She's an overnighter, which is a reference to what I was when I wrote this story originally. And she'll be writing out the overnight as the tornado hits. In fact, as a far northwest side member of this store, as a far northwest side store, pretty much was the AU version of My PetSmart, she'll be the first one hit. In chapter 1, you get a night on the town, which is leading up to the storm happening. You start out with James again. James this time. Actually, you start out with James because he's further in. And they're smoking, talking, playing games. Yeah, you're not supposed to smoke in bars, but whatever. And I think through each of these chapters we live through as they get closer. One person as they get closer to the storm. It skips to the 8, and they're done playing poker. They're getting a little drunk, a little crunk. It turns to 8:30. There's a whole lot to read here. I could read you the entire story, but I'll do that a different day since these are free anyway. The storm starts to come in. The noise is horrible. The power starts to turn off. A kid comes in and says, "I hope you don't mind if I crash the party, but I don't think our car is a safe place to wait anymore." James like, "Yeah, come in." Offered him a drink on the house. I say kid, I think I meant younger adult, but whatever. The kid in James's eye. But who cares? I mean, James could be offering a kid a drink, but the kid's driving, so you know. In chapter 2, you're given Alex. Alex, in this chapter, will be catching a bus in the terrible weather as he escapes. The guy who's running the car is like, "No, wait, stay here. You can stay the night. Wait for the weather to pass." He's like, "Nah, I'd be crazy if I don't try and get home now." So he catches the last bus out of town as the weather gets worse, and he'll get stuck in it. At about 9 o'clock, the bus driver calls it, pulls over, sets it on the side of the road, and sets the weight. About 10, Alex falls asleep. Passengers drift to sleep. They lose. The driver loses communications with her boss. But she has communications with Interbus with someone nearby. And that's where we're going to stop for now. We're going to continue playing this because I have to do this. And we'll come out. You know what we're going to do is we're going to come out. And I'm going to review a chapter every time we finish a match. And we'll do that until I'm done with it. And we'll continue this through Halloween. That way we do one book a stream. How about that? At least. Or at least parts of books a stream. And we'll go for about 3 hours. So we're on hour 1.5. But at the very least, I'll at least finish the story I'm on before we leave. So I won't leave you in the middle of Unsuspected. Or if we're in the middle of a dead ends, I won't leave you in the middle of a story. Alex, by the way, is kind of a nerdy. Well, of course, he's a geeky arcade player, but he also likes. I can't believe I won last round doing what I did. But he's also a comic book collector. He has comic books in his bags and stuff like that. I like comic books. I haven't started collecting them until recently. Again, I used to collect the Preacher series. I'm not a huge hero comic book fan. I'm only collecting these because they're Fortnite stuff. Okay, so we need to get a chrome weapon. So reality tree. Shoot, there's not like a good chrome place. No, right here. I'm gonna hit right where the chrome is just kind of pointed. It's nowhere, but I can get some chrome and then I can chrome a weapon chest, and head out. So while I went through chapter prologue 1 and 2, we're going to go through chapter 3 here on my next death and or win. I'll have to do these streams when I have a long time to do it, because like in this story, which is a whole novella, it's going to take a while for me to get through the entire story doing this. Luckily, I don't go into work till 5 today, so we have a while. I'm hungry, but I won't abandon you. Oh, this is the freaking... Was this place already taken over? The little, like... Hello, chrome weapon. What have you got there? Nothing. Nothing. You only see you. I think I had a very confused... I like how that it boots up like that, but during that first one, it was just very light. Yeah, I got 4. 4 is good. Okay, more of those. My whole idea to write that story, Unsuspected, was supposed to be like a warning for all of us. It was like, hey, if we don't do something, something bad's going to happen. I think I have a few hundred readers for that one actually now. I don't know if they came from the original or came when I started pressing dead ends. But I'm fairly proud that at least a few hundred people have written it, and even though I don't have much on the reviews of it, people haven't hated on it, so there's that. Not enough people have read it to hate on it, who knows. I would say having a couple of hundred people read it and then having absolutely no negativity is better than having a ton of negativity. I would rather have at least little reviews, even negative reviews, as long as they're constructive. Give me my thing. Oh, by the way, if y'all do want to go see my Facebook page, it is the non-political version of my writing, you know. It is Joshua Winters. It'll have the Bite of the Moon cover on it. I will let you know that as my book gets more out there, more people get to it, more people will see it on my Twitter. My Twitter is a little more political. I am highly protective of my trans family as part of the Pride, and that has earned me a lot of troll hate by the GCs and other people who spend their entire life hating people for no reason. And so you're going to see them come over there and try to spout nonsense or just be assholes. Like, I had a guy come in, and we've had one so far. There might be more coming, so just be prepared. And he was like, trash, trash, trash. And I was like, okay, thank you. And had he been a, even harsh comments like that, had he been a productive member of society and not just a hater, I probably would have left that review in there. I mean, if people think it's trash, people think it's trash. But that said, he was an account that has existed since 2016 with absolutely no avatar on it. 2 whole posts his entire time there, and both of them being extremely conservative. So I just pretty much assumed he was a commie from my Twitter account that found the Facebook link and has come to hate on it. And I will erase those. Facebook gives you the nice feature to erase posts from your page if you need to. So I'll try to clean out that. If you have some criticism of my writing, and you want to come in and criticize my writing, actually give me critique, or just show up and say you didn't like it, and you have a full-on ass profile, that's fine. But if you're going to come in and troll, I'm going to erase them. You can't troll on Facebook. Go troll me on Twitter. I can't erase that. I can block and hide it, but it's not the same thing. Who's here today? Woo! Hello. Thanks for coming to the party. Oh, I did that. Look at all this damage you did. Well then. R.I.P. you. Money, money, money. I guess that place burned down pretty good. That one there. Oh. Why is there smoke? I poofed through it and there's smoke. I'm going to go ahead and get these. I am not center, but we're damn close. Oh, I want it. Damn chrome weapon mission. Damn. Thank you for the 300 XP, I guess. Are you insane? Well, I'm loaded up on some bullets now, and I got like 400 XP in that one area. Oh look, they raised the boat up. Oh Jesus, I almost fell off. Oh, it's music. Spoopy music by the sounds of it. Hello. Okay, spoopy music in Jonesy's area. Just for the hell of it, we're gonna chrome all their supplies. Now they have no more tomatoes. Oh, and that roof has also been broken. Let's chrome their water. Hey, wait, there's another one of those. I thought I saw something with the darkness happening right there. I was like, wait. Nope, out of that mode. Of course there would be one more flavor shotgun I can't use right now. Can you go through these beams? What pointless this is. I guess we're going for Jonesy's. And, oh, I didn't notice we had actually not in the circle again. We had actually not in the circle because that's words. Those are words. I mean, technically they are words. They're just not good words. $825 out of 2,500. So I don't know if we talked about this. You all have seen me got attacked by chickens before, and you found out that if you attack chickens, they attack back, and if you attack them while they're in groups, the group will attack you. That is an obvious reference to freaking. As an obvious reference to Zelda. Because in Zelda, if you attack the Cuckoos in most of them... Hey, wait, let's see if this... 825, will it go up? Will it go up? No. That goes up, but... Did not count as an opponent. Now, that may be because it was a chicken instead of a wolf. Oh, she's still here. Well, this count as an opponent. It might. Yeah, I didn't see if hitting her actually counted. It does count. Yes. She's got so much HP that if I don't get killed by some third partier, we may actually finish this here. Oh my god, what are those noises you're making, lady? Holy cow. Aw. Nah, I'm gonna stay here and shoot her. If anything, I can help the people who are trying to get her if they're still around. I will die here for this. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that does save you. Cool. I mean, I'm dead anyway, but yeah. So if you burst out of the ball close enough to the ground, I guess you're okay. I hope I helped somebody get their reward. They needed it. I dropped the crown for them. More battle stars. That's her, obviously. At 8, I can now get... Let's get the most expensive thing, then. I got her bone. I think what we're working towards here is getting all these. There's a lot of them. Which means this will be a multi-day mission, too. We'll try and get one mission in a day at least. We may come in every day and do this, and every day I get a chance to. Every day I have off or late work or something like that. So in chapter 3 called Bones, we are actually following Travis. If you remember what I just said, Travis was the older man who lives in a care home. He's got arthritis, he's got dementia, he's got shit I have where I can't remember things. I don't actually have that, but I might as well. He gets up and he's having trouble with his arthritis, and he is able to self-manage his pills, which become a problem later because he can't remember all the time. Like right now, it's actually right here. He wakes up, he's on the toilet, his pills are to the side of him, and he flushes, and he can't remember if he took them or he wasn't sure if he'd just get it out of the cabinet and leave it, so he takes pills. And this will be a reoccurring issue. Like in the next part of this chapter, he wakes, glances at the clock, it's 11, the storm was hitting hard, sounded something solid was pounding in the building, which probably which hell, which is probably hell, I don't know, it's not like I wrote this book, which is hell. And he wakes up, and as he wakes up, he's like, I'm just going to head to the rec room, there's no way I'm going to sleep in this, but first my bones hurt, which means he's going to take more meds. And with that, that is the end of Chapter 3, and we will head into the next mission. We'll go into the same mission, but the next round. This mission, at least, I'll try to get through at least one story per stream, especially if we end up in a novella, and one or more stories. We'll finish the story we're on no matter what, and I'll try to at least do one mission per stream of these things. So we'll be seeing Bite a lot, which is fine, so I like them. They're cool. I don't know why people are giving them such harsh comments. I just like... I do like the hairstyle, though. I forgot about that. That's hilarious when you forget it can be done and you're just sliding around. Aw. Bye, Felicia. Oh, he didn't go very far. I like it better when they go like... Ah, stop bouncing in place. Jesus. Let's bounce someone down a hill. Hey, he wants to bounce. Let's bounce him. Whee! Master Chief next. Don't worry, I'll get rid of him. Oh, I guess not. Chrome weapon again. Same place? Same place. Same place. To the Vietnam area. I think this is an almost exact copy of the area from Chapter 2. Which was technically a rift-in of a village from the universe Predator happened in. It's weird that we got Predator, but I don't think we got an Arnold, right? There was no Arnold released. Why is the bottom of my cup wet? I didn't spill anything. Weird. You can see two big-ass balloons above the island over there, and it looks like they're gonna make the whole island fly. Don't think there's any chrome on the island yet. I'll look around next time we drop. Oh yeah, there's a lot of chrome over there now. I didn't notice how much chrome was all over the floor. They got out. They got out a while ago, didn't they? They were already off the ground. I'm being told that the rando drops of the chests, the new chests, happen after the first circle is formed. And I think that might be with anything that's locked. I don't think you can get inside the vaults without the first chest forming. Without the first vault forming too. What the fuck is that? You'll see that, right? Floating block out there in the distance? What the flubber nuggets? okay then. Freaking evolve. Wow, I got 3 Chrome Splash. Okay, they are just being generous with Chrome Splashes today. The hell? Who needs the, I don't think the cheat works anymore. Let's see. No, I got about the same out of that. I don't think cheat works anymore, mostly because they're already being generous. Well, actually, this is the best thing to try this on. I'm not going to be using this much anyway. I have to use Chrome weapons. Well... maybe? Okay, it either likes to give me the shotgun or the rifle. It doesn't like to give me both. Went over there, went over there. I don't think I've been over here yet. What did I just say? What did I just say? My glob. Oh, my glob. Goodbye, Ice King. I'll tell Finn you said hi. Oh, that's tempting, but honestly, you know, I can't. I need to. Let's do it. I have 8. I don't need more than 8, honestly. We can go chest on a pup. Yeah. That appears to be a no. I don't think it counts wolves, so animals do not count. However, what's her name does count. The Herald counts. If we can get back up to the Herald, we'll have no problem. Albeit I'll have one problem. I don't have any freaking ammo. Let's see what's over here real quick. Oh my god. Wow, that's weird. That's not even fully blocked. Oh my god, is that... It's some miracle. Oh. Thank you for your time. Go see what that was, or we could just head to the Herald. Either way. Looking with the weapons. Let's see where this leads us. Hear it. I don't see nothing up here. Fort Jonesy. It's gonna be Sunny Jonesy again. It is. Same thing. No, I don't think it'd be a problem for metal to burn like that. I swear I've seen him several times a day, but okay. Oh, man. Well, if I can get over to her and get her down a bit, I can finish off this 2,000, actually 2 something. 210-ish, 2-4-ish. Oh, you can get like a view of both. Where does she go? Listen, cheating is not cool. Woo! Oh, I'm done. Okay, bitch, kill me. That's not a nice word. I shouldn't have called her that word. was that noise? Oh my goodness. Ow, my back. I have a career. Solo pro, 110 solo matches. Is that really one solo matches? Damn. Too proficient at that. Is it proficient if I would look, I guarantee you that if anybody had actually thought about it, I was in the easiest spot to hit. If that someone had a sniper rifle that could just blew my head off, it is not my fault that their idea of trying to get me in that really open spot on that balloon was trying to come up to me, then fell off and killed themselves. That's not my deal. If someone had a sniper rifle and something in there between their eyes, they would have gotten me. So, it's not cheating. Cheating would have been hiding inside the balloon where you can't get me. Chapter 4, I labeled LGBT. Ironically, back in 2010-ish, the whole title LGBTQ wasn't that big of a staple as it is today, especially LGBTQ+. LGBT was more popular, the lesbian, gay, bis, and transgender, and it did encompass all of LGBTQ, but it would just be a few years later till LGBTQ, and then right after that, LGBTQ+ would be a bigger movement. Reminder that by 2013, LGBT, the gays, lesbians, and homosexuals, I guess homosexuals is gays and lesbians, whatever. Don't pretend to know what my brain is doing because it's not doing much. Had gained our right to marry underneath Obama by then. To the chagrin of the conservatives. Anyway, in chapter 4, the group of 4, are in IHOP. The 2 lovers and the 4 friends, aka 4 people. They're sitting in a booth in IHOP. The IHOP is dark in, the power's out. They have their meals, but without power they can't get any food. So the IHOP staff, knowing that people are trapped here during a bad storm, are handing them some frozen desserts and foods, cold foods. They have to serve. It's going to go bad if the stuff goes down for too long anyway. Gil and Ben have been spending the entire time with him. Ben's more of the pointed out to be more of the amorous kind of boyfriend, while Gil is using him for comfort. His need for physical pleasure having flown away and replaced by primitive fear of the weather. He's a little more afraid of the storm. The wind's hitting pretty hard now. The winds are rattling the thick windows. Claudia doesn't look exactly comfortable having her knees bent in onto her chair. Her sandals are on the ground, but her bare feet are on the chair, and she's kind of hugging her knees. And you can feel this kind of discomfort between the 4 group. Leon, the younger one, is watching the storm in the window. The 2 lovers are falling asleep on each other, and Claudia's in the bathroom. Claudia is in the bathroom pretty much not because she needed to go, but because the constant unusual flash of lightning, which is actually kind of usual for our southern storms, but it's like sometimes like a strobe light out there. It's kind of fun to watch. Was setting her on edge. When she comes back, the 2 lovebirds are asleep on each other. Leon is watching the window, and she's like, "I'm bored," and it's kind of where we leave them on that chapter, with a little joke about picking a random patron to fill their needs. And that's the end of that chapter. And you know what? We'll go ahead and do a chapter 5 since that's a short one. Chapter 5 we call Home Plot. This one follows Harry, the young adult we saw at the beginning. Harry's been at home. He was at home hours before the storm hits. He lives on the northwest side. It wasn't the first storm he'd ride out, nor did think it was his last, but an hour before midnight, having heard nothing from his parents in this hell of a storm, he was worried, and his phone was without connection. Power was out, and Gary. Suddenly he's a snail cat. Harry gathers his flashlight and sits in the living room with his chocolate lab, and turns and does something he shouldn't be able to do. I need to edit that. His power's out, right? No, the power's on in his house. I'm sorry. I misread that because I also have my manager over here. So, power's on in his house. Let us say power was out of his house, and then he turns on a Blu-ray player hoping to ride the rest of the night out. No, power was on at his house, but the TV was not but fuzz. His internet connection down as well, which didn't surprise him. They were all owned by the same useless phone company. So he gathers his flashlight and sits with his chocolate lab in the main room, living room, and turns on his Blu-ray player, hoping to ride out the rest of the storm with Rio. At the time, I still am a big fan of Rio. I'm kind of sad their company was bought out and then pretty much forgotten by the Disney company. Now the only time we'll see Rio is probably some poor third-party trash like they do with most stuff. Speaking of, have y'all seen the new Thomas TV show? I know it's a kids TV show, but it's too modern a kids TV show. All the charm of the original Thomas is gone. At least the CG Thomas that came out after they got rid of the models still followed kind of the form of the original. This one's all cutesy and babyish, and it's really, it doesn't have to be cutesy and babyish to sell it to kids. Thomas was popular with kids, popular with young kids. They loved Thomas. And Thomas had this mature tone to it while still playing to, like, the kind of kid stuff that they watched. Why are you twitching, G? Oh, if you haven't seen my last stream, or my last YouTube, go watch it. It's just me talking about my book, but you get to see Chi for the very first time. I come in and carry him up. Chi, the whole world gets to see you. Say hi, Chi. Chi is sleeping. He made me get up and open my door, so the whole deal was, since he did that, he got to go on camera for the first time. Anyway, midnight rolled around and power's out. And the only thing with power is the flashlight, battery-operated wall clock, and his phone, which isn't actually working. His 2-year-old lab was nervous, which is normal if you have a dog who's afraid of the storm. They'll hug themselves next to you. And he's worrying about his parents who haven't called him, haven't showed up. He falls asleep and he wakes again, and he tried to see what clock said, but in the stroke of lightning he realizes the power was still out. And the room's a little heated without AC. You'll know that storms don't tamp down the heat here in Texas if you live here. He fishes out his phone, sees this one, still no call from his parents, tries to call them, nothing happens. Phone's still down. And he feels something wrong. Like, if you've ever been in a bad storm or bad low pressure makes you feel weird. And I've never been in a full tornadic storm because tornadoes don't hit us very easily. But I've been in storms that were low and tornadic possible. There's something about those storms that make you feel bad, make you feel low, and drive this natural fear into you, even if you don't know it's a tornadic storm. It's like a natural feeling we have to extreme low pressures. Nature's way of, get the fuck out of the way, there's a tornado. Wow. My nose is all freaked up because of my glasses. What the hell? Weird. I don't know. Right where my bridge of my nose where my glasses sit, it's all red brawl. Maybe I had them on too tight. Anyway, with that, we will head into our next match, because that will be the end of that chapter. Now, a reminder to Twitch and YouTube, this music is on streamer mode and is all ability to stream and play. So get your copyright fingers out of my shit. You can eat my floppy... Oh, wait. Was that always up there with that? They were together, right? I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I don't see any chrome on the island. The tree's still here. Usually the trees die when the chrome starts. It's not copyright dance. Who shot me? How dare they? Oh. Okay, our next TVs. There's one there and one there. We're gonna try for this one. 75 out of 80 for thanking the bus driver, and only the 8th version of that mission. I like kind of how slow we're going through these stories here. You want to read them. Unsuspected, Dead Ends 2, and Dead Ends 3 are all available for free. Bite of the Moon is not free because it's a whole fucking novel. I spent a lot of time and effort trying to get that thing to work. So, charging $5 for it, which for a 100,000 word book, I don't think is bad as long as y'all think the book is good. So, help me out there. Here's my guarantees. Can't go through the wall. Why can't I go through the wall? What the hell?
The same forces that will destroy the others will raise you up. Will you continue? You do not question who we are, or why we have chosen you. Is it because you already know?
Interesting. So that's the nothing, by the way. And the way he speaks, he's not quite... The voice is weird, but the way he speaks reminds me of the Darkness. I don't know if y'all ever played the Darkness or read the comics. The comics, of course, isn't voiced, but they speak in similar ways. I need a vehicle. Get in. By the way, if you didn't know already, chrome vehicles will heal themselves when they take damage. But also, chrome on anything can be knocked off by fire, so... Albeit, if it doesn't get knocked off by fire, firefight, it will stay on forever, except for you. The Flutter Barn. Okay. Come on down to the Flutter Barn. Yes, you have 78? Okay. Now, the interesting thing about Unsuspected is one of my only releases where I have a multitude of views. The multitude of views isn't used too much, but is one thing that my hero, Stephen King, has done. And the story I can think of where he uses it a lot, but the story I can think of where it kind of trades off on views the same way Unsuspected does is The Stand is gigantic and all, but I would like to know. I wonder what the word count on The Stand is. When you're popular enough to write a book that's like 5 billion words long, and your publisher's like, yeah, whatever, man, you're Stephen King. You know what I'd like to see? I don't expect me to be popular Stephen King, but I'd like to see people who read my books make art out of it. Hell, guys, my stuff is DMR free, so share it with your friends and make art out of it, and then sell the art. Just tag me in the art so I can see the art. Doesn't matter. I know specifically us writers were nothing without fans. If it wasn't for you guys who read our books and like our books and then create fan art out of it, we wouldn't exist. These days, publishers and some writers get all copyright happy and forget that the reason they exist is us. When I was young, when the internet was in its middle age, I used to go to amb.org, and we used to, people would make these anime music videos and these video game music videos, and they were amazing. Some of them were some of the best music videos I'd ever seen. They were just fun to watch. I think one of my favorite ones was a Silent Hill music video done to Nine Inch Nails' Somewhat Damaged, which you can't even find much anymore. I think you can find like a really trashy 240p version of it, because that may have been what it was back in the day. It's really hard to watch on our 1080 or 4K streams. Wait the frick a minute. I went in a circle. We went this way before. Let's go this way instead. Oh, weird. Did y'all see that tearing? Oh, well, that was not as cool as I thought it would be. I guess it's kind of what would happen if you hit a, Man, I was so close. Oh, there's one. Ah, damn it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You can make it. You can make it. Ugh. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Why is that song stuck in my head now? Let's see what we can do about cars. We're over by this place, which should have cars in it, maybe? There's a house. Ooh, what the? Oh, never mind. Oh, well, actually, because we're going to do what we're doing, we're turning lobby every time. Chapter 6 is called Parental Unit. I believe this might be the end of the pre-storm chapters, or as the storm's coming chapters. We got the Nothing's Gift. I think we'll choose one for each one. Once we do it right now, we'll run with the... Now, wait, here's my glitch, by the way. This is my right stick. My right stick should not be moving the cursor. You see how it's choosing items? It should just be rotating. My left stick's supposed to move the cursor. For some reason, right now, the right stick moves the cursor and rotates, which is kind of annoying in store, by the way. Oh, in case y'all are wondering about the store before we move on, we have one new item. This might actually be worth it this season, by the way. It's going to be hard to finish. Mochi. Cute. And weird. I like cute and weird. Comes with this as well. I do believe both are animated. He's animated and has selectable styles. Animated and selectable styles. The style is either white mochi or dark mochi. Dark mochi chocolate, I don't know. Mochi is like a pastry cookie thing, I don't know exactly. Part of the Gluttonous Guardian set, which I've never heard of. And has a villainous looking loading thing here. What the frick is that? I don't know. We're leaving now. What is this music, actually? Oh, it's our new one. Right. This is that new one. Well, it sounded... Yeah, my thing's on it. It can't be copyright. In Chapter 6, Parental Unit, we actually end up with Michael and his wife again. And Michael starts off in shock. I couldn't believe what was happening. Next to him, his wife is whimpering in the seat. They're both a little tipsy. But they're in water. Like, they get caught by a flash flood. They're actually floating down the water, which I find would be the scariest thing to be stuck in, to be floating down the water, knowing your car is sinking, knowing there's probably no way out, and there's a 90% chance that even if you're the greatest swimmer in the world, you're going to die. That would be freaking horrifying. I would probably find that more scary than trying to fight fire, trying to hide from a tornado. It seems even more pointless in this way. He apparently tried to... Apparently. Why do I keep saying he apparently, like I didn't write this? He tried to drive through a low water crossing, thinking they could make it. The alcohol's talking. Yeah, alcohol and exhaustion, probably. Probably, I say. His wife is freaking out. He's freaking out. He decides to do something about it, so he unbuckles and helps his wife do the same. And he tells his wife, Woody, I'm going to kick this window. The windows are meant to break. As soon as they do, the water's going to come in. But no matter what, you have to make it out of that window. And I'll be right behind. So, he shoved with his heels. The electric window pops and for years actually falls into the door like it's supposed to. And the chilled water is immediate. The water's cold because it's fresh rainwater. And it's moving. And his wife shouts or yells, but turns into a choking cough under a lower current, and he acts quick. Michael picks up his wife as the water overcomes them, now light under the rising water, and shoves her out the window into the raging current. We follow Wendy as she tumbles through the water, unable to actually move on her own in such a defeating current for what seemed like forever after exiting the car. Then she treaded water, which felt like hours, but was just minutes, unable to see land, their car, or her husband, who had just saved her life. She ends up hitting a wall, and she's surprised, but overjoyed to see a wall, and she finds a blue ladder folded in half to keep peeps and crooks out of the roof access, but as the water has risen, it's now in reach for her, so she climbs up it and ends up on the roof. It's an effort to get herself up on the roof because she's exhausted. Now that she's out of danger, as rain falls around her, she runs to the side of the roof and tries to find Michael. She can't see her husband. But in a flash of lightning, she can make up the up-ended section of the car and four wheels. There's no way in the flashlight she could make sure it was her car, but at the same time she knew. Then we end up back with Michael, where tears would have been flowing out of his eyes, but he wasn't sure such a thing was possible underwater. His breath was choking him, but he lost his way. I just noticed a huge editing issue here. I need to re-edit all of this, holy cow. This is how rough it was. It felt like hours since he pushed his wife out, but this time she's pretty much on the roof now. It's only been a few minutes, but he's losing his breath. He's not sure where he is. He can't find carpet. He can't find ceiling. He's running out of breath, running out of oxygen. He's completely confused. And then his body forces him to let go of his breath so he can take gasp for air. But the gasp of air is just burning cold water. His world swims. He breathes what he couldn't. His head spins. A lot of red leaks out of his mouth. He reaches for his wife's seat. Then nothing. And he is our first death of the story. And we'll go here because I believe chapter 7 is a larger chapter and it involves all of them. Chapter 7 will be called Cometh. You can probably guess what that entails. We now need to still drive, right? We're still driving? We're still driving. We can drive and then we can get ourselves killed. And keep going. We are at... Interesting song, by the way. 2 hours, 30 minutes. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to finish up Unsuspected before we take off. And the next time I get a chance to play, we'll come back here, continue to do their missions, and continue to do this thing I'm doing. Hey, I selected the other. Did I not save? I must not save. I'm a dummy. Oh well. Oh well, I guess we're going with the OG. It'll give us a new one here in a minute anyway. I don't know if we can go to the TV right off the bat. What I do need to do is get a Chrome. We'll Chrome at the same place we go last few times. Oh, all the way over there. Hopefully less people land there since it's all the way over here. I think we've only had like one person land there with us before. It's kind of chilly in my room. The temperature outside is. Feels like fall outside during the mornings and sometimes in the evenings. It's a noise. Noise with a capital O-I. I wonder why the Chrome isn't hitting the Colosseum. The Colosseum is protected or something. Oh shoot. All I needed is one. Then let's get the frick out of here. What exactly were you doing there? Oh, well, I guess the threat's taken care of. Thank you for upgrading my rifle, I guess? And the chromes. So now we can get more chrome. Okay, actually, you know what that was? I know that was not what that was. Oh, also, there's an update on this, I heard. Yep, whatever your character's flag is shows up on the side. I thought that was cool. It's one of the few ways it uses that feature. I need... Oh, hello, cars. Thank you. Now that you're my friend, will you say you're sorry for inviting me? Oh, I didn't even check. Well, poop. I like the way it heals. It freaking sounds cool. Ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Okay. So, the best place to go is up here. Oh, plants are chrome. I can actually don't think I could chrome those plants. Chrome thorn, yum. Sure.
Your lack of fear is encouraging. Are you willing to give yourself to the unknown?
Sure. Pass.
We know your thoughts. How you feel different now. Hollow and afraid. But under that is something new. A growing hunger.
Now, first thing, it says different name location.
You continue.
So we've hit that area. We need chrome for this. Oh fuck. Don't run over me. I even need to waste the chrome to go in here. Some of these are just doable. Oh, fuck. They unchromed to me. How dare they? Okay. So, we went through. At that one place, we don't need to go back there. Turn into the lobby so we can read. So chapter 7 is a longer chapter, so we may go through sections here. Chapter 7 is called Cometh. And, oh, we got a new one. Let's go ahead and do this correctly this time. That was cool, but we haven't actually done this one much. We have a spiky one. Do they have different names? Why is it not setting? Lament Law. I don't even have that. Oh yeah, it is that one. I was on the wrong one. So that's the one I have. It's called Dreadclaw, Reaper, Dreadclaw. It's that stupid glitch I'm having. Oh, let's not do this one real quick, guys. This one, the talking in the background is just going to be annoying. Let's do this one. So, chapter 7 is called Cometh. It is the coming of the tornado. The tornado, like I said, would take a natural path from the northwest side of San Antonio. Now, weather-wise here, there's two ways they go if they come through this area. They either go northeast and head through some of the richer neighborhoods up there, and they would tear through there, or they go kind of a southeast or eastern way, and in one way or another, they would sometimes pass through downtown. And to maximize the damage in the book, that's the way this one takes. Heather is the first person who gets introduced to the Twister. Heather's at work, and she's the only one in the store, just like I was when I worked at the Pets Hotel. And the wind is howling against the building. The building's pretty sturdy. It's made of cinder blocks, just like most buildings. Distantly, she can hear the sound of rain on the metal store roof far above the tile roof of the hotel. She spent most of the night doing her regular duties, which are cleaning and caring for the dogs. Some of the dogs are extremely nervous through the storm, so she's paid after them. They fiddle in their cage. Just about past 10, or just 10 past midnight, not past 10, she hears the distant tinkling like sound of some solid hitting the store's roof, which is hell, of course. And she can't see outside, as there's no windows within the Pets Hotel area, except for the ones out to the store. The only way she can see outside is looking into the store and then looking out the store's windows. She's not allowed out into the store, just like I wasn't, because there's supposedly an alarm system out there. But she can look from the windows inside the playroom out to the store's windows, and she can see, sort of see out there, but it's dark. She's, at the time, at the end of this section, she's hosing down the playrooms, cleaning them, scrubbing them, and she feels this weirdness in her gut, like Harry is feeling like something's not right. At about 1:45, she returned to the playroom, looks outside the window. Not about a minute ago, the gut feeling becomes stronger. The dogs in the hotels were freaking out. They're nervous. A lot of them peed. And then the rain and wind had stopped. Nothing fell through the windows, not even hell. It's just quiet. The dancing light pole up front still shows that there's wind. There's nothing else. Then, as she watches the front, something hits the window up front, causes her to jump. It's a jump scare. One of the few times I've ever used a jump scare in my book. Not sure jump scares in books work, but it is a jump scare. And she jumps. She opens her eyes and there's a little silver basket rattling against the store side front window. And slamming against it. Just a shopping cart in the wind from an uphill store. She thinks. Her knees weaken, but her beating heart slowed to normal after that. And she tries to relax and watches the cart. Then when the outside picks up again, and the light begins to sway back and forth again, then it kind of becomes stuck wiggling one way, as if the wind is severe. It looked odd to her, how it would just curve slightly away from the storm like an immense yet invisible source stood upon its right tip. And she watches it wiggle more and more as if something's forcing it. And then suddenly it darkens. It wasn't like it went out, but like there was a wall of something between it and her now. And then what little she can see of it snaps and the base detaches. And then the light is gone. Excuse my congestion. My throat is all gunky all of a sudden. I have to get more coffee to wash it down. Very little. Gunky throat. Yeah. Then there's a new sound. Among the whistling wind and the rising hail, there's something else, like a rumble of an avalanche. She suddenly remembered her uneasy feeling. The cart then began to slam against the window, causing her to jump again, and her heart stood still. The cart was no longer on the ground, slamming against the window, floating impossibly a foot off the ground. It slammed again and again. There was a flash of something across the store front and an explosion. Her knees gives out, and she steadied herself against the glass wall of the hotel as the entire glass front of the store burst inward. Oh, I am sorry about my sudden gunky old man voice. She watches the basket get catapulted to the store, doing somersaults each time it hits the top of the aisle, destroying a few bags of dog food, and it's followed inward by the giant D from the shop's marquee, which decimates the first three aisles. Toys and bags of treats fly into the air, hundreds of bits of dog food pelting the windows she stood behind. The glass, though hurricane-proof to stand up against dog impact, shakes and rattles under unseen force, as what was left of the front aisle seems to dance and pull towards the new hole in the front of the store. The darkening hang fluorescents swung violently, a few detaching from their chains to swing down and cause more mayhem with their remaining bags of dog food. Somewhere in the store, birds were screaming. She thought that might be the second most horrible sound she'd ever heard. It was right behind the sound of the invisible monster was creating, like a jet engine propelled a grinder through the store, accompanied by a chorus of ghost-like wind riffs that howled through the building. Taylor realized what she was seeing as she ran, but the way out through a small dog relief area was blocked by a metallic beam that had fallen far from above. Out a normally locked door, only accessible from this side, she ran into the lobby. Out here, she was in the open. The monstrous wind currents pushed and pulled her. The noise deafened her. She was pelted by bits of dog food, which smelled of whey and fish. Hail and glass flew into her long hair. Shielding her face with her hands, she ignored the empty cash register as it was pulled off its desk and shattered onto the floor. Quickly punching numbers into the simple button locks, she re-entered the back of the hotel. Here it was peaceful as she shut the second of two wooden doors behind her. The wind didn't try to grab at her, but it didn't seem like that was going to last. As she turned to the store, she watched the door she had just passed through. The door she just passed through. Sorry, I read that myself wrong. The innermost danced violently on its hinges, the wind causing it to slap against its own metallic lock. The store itself was now more than dark. God, I didn't write that poorly. I'm reading that poorly. I apologize. It was gone, behind a massive wall of swirling dust and debris that was lit lightly by the hotel's own lights. She watched, once again mesmerized until those lights flickered off, and all she was left with were a few emergency-powered lights. Part of the roof caved in behind her. Glass bulbs shattered. A dog yelped in surprise. Another howled in fear. She turned away from that end to make a run for the empty side. On the empty side of the hotel, there was a fire exit, and we'll stop reading there. I just wanted to read as it came in. She ends up doing what I thought I might do if a tornado ever hit the place when I was working there. She ends up inside a kennel. She attaches herself to the kennel as best as she can, closes the door behind her, and waits to ride out the storm. The idea is the kennels are attached to the floor by the heavy-duty nuts and bolts. They're probably the most secure thing in the store. They're not going to just be taken up and flung aside without some extreme force. We're talking going to take a bulldozer to get that stuff up because they don't want the dogs able, the big strong pit bulls or anything able to lift them off the ground. She takes a blue slip lead, which is like a leash that you can slip around the dog's neck in a loop and act like a leash. And she attaches the one into the door and wraps it around herself. She's hoping that the place she is holds. There's another kennel above her, which can take the impact. She's hoping she survives. I like the laughing, by the way. I'm assuming that's the Herald or the Nothing, but I don't know who it is. She grips the bar, and then it comes. It's a whole lot of wind and debris hitting her. She's saved from most of the large debris, but suddenly the hinged doors on the kennel are lifted up and out. I can attest from working there that the doors were easy to take off. Something the dogs never did, thankfully, but something we could accidentally do a lot while cleaning the cages. She ends up gripping on the kennel's roof, and she scrambled to hold on to, and blocks her exit with her legs like a cat refusing a bath in a bucket. The walls, the roof, everything seemed to begin to disintegrate into clouds that swirled around her. Her only safety, the kennel, the walls themselves. As more things crashed, more dogs cried, and something glass popped over the kennel she was in. Little pop was enough to pop a little bubble of sanity she had kept since this nightmare had begun. She screamed in terror, and her vision waned. Her breathing became limited, and she was sure that within a minute she'd be twister fodder. And that's the end of that chapter. We actually leave her, and as we go through these next chapters, which are dedicated to these people meeting their fates or facing off against the tornado, they will have one chapter and we'll move on to the next chapter as the tornado moves to the city. And at the end, we wrap it up. What is our new quest? What is this music? I can't tell if I like this voice or if the voice sounds stupid. Where are these discs just laying up here? Oh, Boondoggle Saints and Suicide Queens. Huh. I actually haven't seen Suicide Kings. I don't know why I have that. I don't know whose it is. Boondoggle Saints is mine. I like Boondoggle Saints. Why it's not in its case is a mystery. Wait, oh, there it goes. The night has the hots. For the bear. Wait, where'd the bear go? I keep meaning to get that. I never get it. Oh my god, we're in tandem. Okay, so we already went here. Let me go to a different named area. Actually, we could land real quick, and I believe there's a wall over here, so we're not going to land where I wanted to land. Oh, there's several walls over here, duh. We're going to land in the Grecian area. There's walls we can just teleport there right away. So I wonder if it has difficulty moving through water, because while it went to that place, there's little islands there helping it, but it hasn't gone beyond that in the water. It seems to have maybe a little difficulty moving through water. There isn't any chrome walls to really do anything with there. It hasn't hit them yet. I don't think... Yeah, I'm going to land where I need to land, I think. I hope. Close enough. Maybe we'll die really fast when I go back to reading. Oh, what? So I'm wondering who's letting out the chests. They don't like 7 chests, so it could be the chests are being put out by Jonesy and Cruz. Can't do that. Can't do that. Wait. I'm trying. It's too thick. I still don't have anything, so. Ah. Wait, how about I did that? Yeah, I got it. Now, I need to get some things so I can... Hello? Can I please? Hello. Thank you. Can I please have something? Is this doable? No, this is the tree. I can't hit that. But I should be able to hit these guys. Get more than one, please? More than one. 2 at least. Thank you. Chunker Speedway would be the next big area. I know what you're thinking, but I'm going over here first. I'm trying to fly there. I don't know how good the fly will be from here, but I'm going to try. Seems like the flying's been lowered. Maybe they did that on purpose, and maybe that's why it's freaking out in most places. Maybe we fix that. Yeah, it's okay height. Maybe some places are just freaking out because they're moving them. I don't know. Maybe some of them are too high, and they didn't adjust vectors. Simrat station. We will poison the Simrat station. Bye, Felicia. Ah, no. Hello. We'll go around the outside of this. Wait, this is one of those. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'll be able to get for that, but I should be able to get for this. They'll come at me with that weak sauce. Weak sauce. Okay, how many more do I need to do? 10. Huh. So 9 more. Well, let's hit Greasy. It seems like Rocky is more likely going to be in. I have one more chrome I can use. In fact, there may be a chrome. No, there's not a chrome. Is there a chrome house in Greasy? I don't think so. Making sure it wasn't following me. Well, that was lame. So yeah, I put the Dogs Co. on the north side of the west side of town because that's where my Petsco was at the time. My Petsco. Not where Petsco. My Pets Hotel was at the time. It's still there. I don't work there anymore. Was my favorite job ever as far as the work went because I was playing with dogs and taking care of dogs and cats, and I just like animals. Content-wise, it was my favorite job. Pay-wise, current job was okay until they start shit on us. I know, I'm here for a different reason, but I wanted to get up here. Why did I not reach that? Let's see what I can get. Yeah, hello. No, you're kidding me. I can't go through these walls? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, hey, you can go through those walls. Whew. I thought I was screwed. I am slightly screwed unless I can find a... Put on the chrome items? Okay, I got 2, not bad. Okay, so with the storm coming up, Rocky Reels may be in my... what time are we at? 4 seconds now. Let's hit Rocky Reels. Rocky Reels is my last location for now. We'll get into Rocky... Oh, we're to fly around here, right? Let's go to the fly right there. We'll get into Rocky and we'll hit... Oh, we can. Is that on the map, by the way? Can you see his ship? Yeah, you can. You know what these maps remind me of? Whoa. Hello. Okay. Now, good or bad, the good or bad, this is going to be on the side over here, which means there will possibly be less people But I'll never know until we get to it. Copyrighted music. But it's me singing it, and I don't sing good. What the hell? Okay, that's it for this round. Now we can just go get killed. And or win the match. There, now you're Chrome Wolf. You happy? Oh, I don't need to do that. What's up, buddy? Hello. What you fighting? Other wolf? Damn. Die in the storm, die in the storm. It's not gonna die in the storm. Get him, wolf. Oh, he is so close. If my doggy gets him, he goes. Get him, dog. Get him. Oh, he dead. The metallic team leader, who was not actually metal team leader, got him. Sure, just checking time. We're not going to finish till I'm done with the story. We're at 3 hours now, so as soon as I'm done with the story, we'll finish today. What's our doing now? I got 6 out of 10 for that one. Chapter 8 is Home Alone. This one follows Harry. In Chapter 8, Harry is distraught. He doesn't know where the hell his parents are. We know where the hell his parents are. We know they're not in a good situation, but he's just scared. He's lost. He's a young adult, so he still has kids-like fears. He's becoming more insecure. There's hell hitting the glass, which he's not, isn't a non-occurrence, but isn't something he's liked before, and the storm just seems out of control. It seems worse than anything he's ever done. He decided towards now it's time to act. He knows that he's never seen a tornado. He knows that San Antonio's never been hit by tornadoes. The likeliness is very low. But he decides to act. He clears out a closet in the downstairs, below the stairs, and shoves himself, his flashlights, and his dying phone, and his dog into it. Then he walks out the back door to look around. Walk towards the back door, look around. He knows that it's a risk of lightning and hell. As he looks out, he looks around. Then he jumps at a loud crash on the other side of his house. His lab instinctively... Oh, his lab is in the closet at this point. His lab instinctively ran for his parents' bed. Her towel tucked firmly between her thighs, urine exploding around it. There was a louder explosion, and it shook the house. Not one of fire, but one of metal and screeching, created by the implosion of his garage door. Something had gone through it, and the door leading into his garage shook under the threat of the wind. "Shit, Tilly!" he screamed for her. It was a "Shit, Tilly!" The window upstairs. So he goes. I guess I'll read all this since this is the tornado hitting him. The window upstairs on the front of the house imploded with a small pop and the tinkle of glass on wood. That window was enforced by metal divisions. It wasn't even plate, yet the pressure or something had come through. Something coming through had taken it out. His house seemed to shake and groan. It began to fall apart as dust and those annoying little popcorn curls of paint began to fall from the ceiling, followed by thick pieces of dusted plaster. He ran for his dog, his heart beating loudly in his ears, but drowned out by the ghostly howling whistle of the wind. Picking her up off his parents' bed, and struggling a bit with her weight, she quietly let herself be carried into the closet, where he set her down to shut the door before she could make out another run for it. There was a louder crash. The roar was something like water, followed by the crash of several plastic items. Go away, Facebook. Most likely his TV and game systems. Grimacing at the thought of all his stuff becoming a ruin, he pushed his dog further into the far corner, the shortest region under the stairway, while the door, one way in, one way out, rattled and slammed against the door jamb. There was no way to secure it, no way to lock it, so he waited and hoped. It danced its violent dance, all the while he expected some kind of alien-like light to appear on the other side, like out of some old movie. He thought it might have been E.T., and then it stilled. He breathed out a sigh, but jumped, pushing himself further back, his brave little lab firmly pressed into the wall behind him. As something began beyond it slammed down hard, cracking the door in half and buckling it slightly inward. The stairs above him seemed to give and sag. The wall around him wore a thin crack that stood against themselves like active tectonic plates. I don't know why myself just put in an. An's not in the writing. The stairs closed in from above. The wind howl seemed far away now, but he was sure this was it. So the tornado, which moved slowly through the larger store, ate through his house in a small amount. He's just in a regular 2-story home, not that large. And it comes in through the garage, and then just goes through his house, messing it up, pretty much leveling the second floor, destroying most of his house. His stairs is going to be one of the few things standing, most, if I remember correctly. Wait a minute. I saw that. Okay, it is. That was just weirding out. I wonder if that has an issue. Can we go? I thought we went. I will note that some of the chapters in this are... Oh, I don't even have a chapter list here. Are named after things. I always like to put Easter eggs in my shit. Prologue now. Chapter 1, no. I know a few we have passed up. Chapter 2 is called Wheels on the Bus. That's the one where Alex gets on the bus. Named after, obviously, the name of the song. Chapter 3 is called Bones, which could be named after several things, but I named after a show. But it's also named after his arthritic issues. Chapter 4 is just called LGBT. It's not named after something other than the LGBT. Chapter 5, not named after something. Chapter 6, not named after something. 7 is not named after something. We're almost at 9 now, is what we're currently waiting to do, I think. Chapter 8, Home Alone, is named after Home Alone, the movie. Whoops. Skipped the chapter. chapter 9 will the one we're coming up on will be called Homeward Bound, and that is named after the movie Homeward Bound. If you haven't seen Homeward Bound, it's an older '90s movie, late '80s or early '90s, I think. I watched it when I was a kid, and it's a dog movie. Let's see. We didn't do Fort Jonesy. We didn't do Fort Jonesy. Let's hit our usual spot and hit Fort Jonesy. Anyway, it's a movie about animals and dogs and cats that about them getting lost or taken in. They get taken to his place where they're going to spend the night. The dogs and cats think that the humans have abandoned them or something, or maybe the humans did leave them. I don't know. And their whole point is to get home after being let go. And they go on this large adventure where they even get caught by like by a animal control unit, which is not very nice. They end up beating up. It's very good, not like mauling them or anything, but they end up like comically beating it up. It was a cute movie when I was little. It was one of my favorite movies when I was little. Oh boy. There is nothing in this area. I need like... I don't think the metal can burn, actually. I forgot about that. I hear it. Yes, I hear it. I know. It's gonna eat me. Probably a chrome one, too, nowadays. Okay, so I got an Everchrome from a regular chest, but okay. Evochrome, not Everchrome. So I need to get that, then I need to head up to Fort Jonesy. If he leaves me alone, I'll leave him alone. Oh. Well, I didn't leave him alone. I have... Woo! Okay, Fort Jonesy. So, interesting note about Harry. Harry is based off my life. Two of the characters are based off parts of my life at the time. I do that sometimes a lot, and I didn't ever do it like to the point of doing it in Bite of the Moon. But there's always a little personal stuff thrown in any story a writer writes. Harry's house it may seem familiar if you read Bite of the Moon, because they're both based off my home at the time, my childhood home. I just go through this. No. Okay, next one would be Shining Shrine, and Shimmering Shrine I probably don't even need to use anything. Hello, I don't know if you talked to him. Need anything, ask Jones. Jones or Jones. Or maybe Jones. Okay. Cannonball! This is Shimmering Shine. I should be able just to walk through on the walls. I don't even need to waste anything. I should be able to do it here. Are you serious? Not gonna let me do it? I get some chrome, please? Chrome, please. I swear I'm holding this chrome for a friend. The next closest one is Tilted Towers. This is our... Wait. Wait. It was up here. It's moved. I swear it was up here. This is a new one. I'm either crazy and misremembering, or that was way further up. I like all the flying stuff. It's fun. Did I turn anything? No, I got chromed. I can go to Chrome Crossroads, I guess. Some of that is chromed there on purpose. I need one more. That's all I need. One more. Everybody loaded? Everybody's loaded. So as I'm reading Unsuspected here, I do plan on re-editing this thing again, a new version for it, yay. It's got some issues I'm noticing now. This thing has been edited more than once and re-uploaded, but I am seeing some big glaring stuff here. That's the problem when you're editing by yourself, is sometimes you become blind to what you're editing, and it just kind of don't see it. Feels too late. There's no reason to pick a fight with them. I need to get up there and do this. I wonder if I can phase with the gate. That'd be nice. Yeah, you can. Nice. That was it, right? Tune into the TV.
The first in generations to survive this journey. But there is more to come. You are capable, but we're seeking a warrior. Will you continue?
Sure. So I need chrome chests. I can make chrome chests currently, I just need to find chests. the chest up here. Yeah, I know the storm's coming. I'll get out in a minute. I have to get this chest though. Oh, I can get all the chrome chests I need here. Where is it though? Oh, you're not chests. Boo. Will do. There's something over here. There's a one. So if I can get the one, no one else has got it, I can get a bunch of chrome chests. I need 20 in total. Which should be a few drops, actually. Okay, we're over here. I can't guarantee no one's been in this bunker, but we can try. Ah, oh, lame. Oh well. Oh shit, I thought you were a person. Gotta love my DMRs. Ooh, empty. No, it's nice to be here. I can do this. Grab this. Oh, brick, yeah. Car. Ha, he died. Oh, that didn't count towards me though. Boo. I shot his thing. Ooh. Or chests. Chest up there. There. Five out of 20. I got another key. Oh no, I still have the key. I never used it. I don't think any of these are actual, you know. Okay, let's just play this one. I think I've done all I could with chests today. So while we're sitting here playing out the end here, we'll talk about Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is called Homeward Bound. We end up back with Wendy. Wendy, so the tornado has moved from the outside skirts of town from PetSmart into town a little through an urban area, which is where Harry was, and now is moving further in. Wendy is sort of in between the downtown main area and outskirts of urban city. She was heading home from night of the town. I guess if you were to count it as an area of San Antonio, it would be close to the outskirts of 1604 in the northwest side, but not quite out there. Wendy spent the last hour or so crying. She has no idea what time it was because her phone had not been waterproof. Now soaked, stuck on the roof, and surrounded by floodwaters, she was horribly alone. She knew, and remember, right now she's not worrying about tornadoes. She knows her husband is dead. She knows flood is the major concern here. She has no idea that the town's about to be ravaged. No one has any idea about the town being ravaged by a tornado because warning systems have failed. No one's being warned. And even if warning systems weren't failed, her phone is gone. There's no way they would have known. Sorry, we're going to pay attention to the match real quick. We'll get back on Wendy here in a minute. Where is number 3? I call bullshit on him surviving that fall, by the way, Fortnite. What the hell was that? How did he survive that fall? Yes, I will dance on him. Sky base my ass. Where are we at in time? Noon? So she's stuck on the roof, right? And she's mourning her husband. She laments about their past, how they spent time working for progressive ideals. Oh, yeah, we got this now. We finished whatever we were supposed to do, I guess. So that means the next quest is search for charm chests, right? So with that, yeah, where'd he go? This is such a weird song. Just so we're talking here, we will go on to the musical version of this, the non-instrumental version of this. So she's lamenting all their time spent, now gone. Her husband's gone. He's dead. She'll never see him again. They spent so much time. They just spent a lot of their years working progressive political things. What the hell is my freaking PS5 doing? She's both sad about his passing. She's mad at him for what happened, for leaving her, and then she notices, hell, something pelted at the top of her head. She felt as if there might be nothing there. It might have just been more of the rain, but it had felt different. There was a click to her left, then to her right, and she rose in fear of whatever might be attacking her. When her thin consciousness realized that she wasn't under attack, at least by anything cognitive. The rain had lightened, only to be replaced by an increasing amount of coin-sized hail. She sheltered her hand with her arms, which felt too heavy and weak to keep held up. She looked right, left, anywhere for shelter, but had been through this before. She had broken down. There was nothing up here that could have sheltered her. There weren't even any access doors to break into. Had this been her home state of New York, there would have been roof access, and she supposed some tall buildings downtown had them as well, but here, far outside Loop 410, were nothing but flat one-story buildings with ladders for roof AC magnets. She bent over, curled face down, put her arms over her head, and hoped to ride it out. Okay, we're gonna skip some of the sodas running over. Here it is. It may have been 30 minutes, the hell steadily increasing in size, when suddenly everything was still. The rain only trickled, the hell was gone, and the wind was still death. There were two sounds. One was that awful trickling of the deadly river below, but another sounded almost mechanical. It was loud, yet distant. It sounded like a jet pushing to get off the ground, a sound which she was often familiar with. Yet it sounded like an avalanche that whistled like the wind. It was a distant sound she had never heard, and in that instant it was the most awful sound she ever had. Lightning lit this night sky, and her jeans warmed for a second time, since submerging in the river below, but she paid no attention to the new golden puddle forming around her feet. The lightning that had cracked lit up a funnel cloud, though to call it a funnel seems ridiculous. It wasn't thin and conical like the ones in the movies. It was a wall of cloud that seemed to swirl in ragged layers of gray cotton, surrounded by a thick layer of vapor like debris at its bottom, impossibly wide, with tentacles like funnel extending from it. And this, by the way, is the first time we get to see the tornado as a whole. And that was just me talking, by the way, not in the story. And it was closer than she had thought. She realized as a piece of wood flew by her, close enough to her face that she could hear its path whiz by her ear. The wind came again, and this time more violently. She knew from years of watching the Discovery Channel she had only moments before the monster would be upon her. It looked as if it was standing still yet growing larger with each flash of light. She was there up here. There was no safe point, and there was no way inside the submerged building. As the wind threatened to pluck her right off the roof, she ran for the opposite direction and dived away from the tornado, trading one deadly threat for another, hoping the chilly water that had just taken her lover would be her savior. We'll end that there. She ends up going through the water. She's being swept away by the current again. She hits different things on her way through. She laments that the side of the thing was the worst. Wait, the side of the thing... Where the hell did I go? The side of the thing she thought... The sight was the worst thing she ever thought she would ever see. I didn't write that poorly. I just can't speak this morning. What the hell? She ends up latching onto the window of a mostly submerged Chevy Impala, and now nodded light across its mostly submerged roof, holding up still sport an African-like deer symbol on its front, where the new versions sported the Chevy's cross. And it was a man. His body leaned left with water flow, his forehead slightly pushed. But in there, because this is kind of a disturbing spot, I don't want to force a disturbing spot on you. She sees a dead family inside. We'll leave it at that. The entire dead family. And I described it in detail, which might disturb some of you. So if you want to read it, read it. At the sight of the dead family, she gives up. She lets go, and she gets swept away by the stream. And that's the end of her chapter. With that, let's head back in. I believe we were searching for chests. You know what? We're going to head to the same place we've had this entire freaking thing and go for it. It's getting me kills. And hell, I just got a win, didn't I? I'm going to have a crown on my head. Yay for being a target. I like that. Ooh, this. Ooh. Oh, almost. We had to clap together. The huge spot. Pretty early. Actually, I'll be jumping with the bus right now. So my point of that chapter was I still wanted to throw in something other than the threat of the tornado, and the threat of flooding was that, and it gives you a sort of outside view, whereas the first few chapters were internal views, and most of them are internal views of being hit by a tornado. It gives you one of the 2 times you're going to see the tornado from an external view. This one's still an external view as a threat, as it bears down on her. The other one's an external view as a bystander, which will happen later. And it also gave you your first full-on view of the tornado as you read it. It also was a chapter that displayed my first time ever writing some disturbing content. I am a horror and thriller writer. I will not apologize for what I write. But I will warn you that even in Bite of the Moon, there will be content that makes you feel uneasy, sad, or disturbed. Because I am, as and always will be, at heart, a writer of the macabre. I don't think this is going to count, but let's see if they count these. They do not. Yeah. Boom. Head explode. Here, the chest. Guess not. The hell? What? Why are you fighting me, bro? Kill Ted Cruz. Yay. I mean, what? No. Of course not in real life, but you know. Can't say Ted Cruz without pronouncing giant dick. There's a monster of a man, isn't he? Cuban immigrant from Canada who attempted to violate presidential election laws to run for presidency, even though he's an immigrant, not even born in America, and has embraced white supremacy to make himself wealthy. There's quite a man. By quite a man, I mean a Slavic trash can. I don't know why that song's suddenly in my head. You leave me alone. Chrome bathrooms, that'd be interesting. I absolutely adore the shotgun, I'm sorry. Oh, we're almost time here. We now have 12 out of 20 chests. I don't know if we'll be finished in that this week today. We probably will. I have quite a few to read. A few more chapters. Got a minute before I have to take off. Are we gonna find anything in here? Maybe. Seconds. Oh, that's stuff. $16 of 20, not bad. 45 seconds. 17. 30 seconds when you get going. 8. 18. 2 more and we're done. See? Damn. Was that 19 or 18? That shotgun did so much damage. Holy cow, and it's gray. It's like shoving a nuke into their gut. That's a good song. So chapter 10 is That Gut Feeling, which actually is kind of named after that loving feeling. Chapter 10 takes back up with Travis. Now, Travis is a little further inward. He's not quite in the downtown area, but he's closing in on it. We're now in sort of the medical center area, area of it. And in skirts or outskirts of the medical center area. We're closing in on 410 and whatnot. We come to Travis. He's packing away chess pieces into the accumulator box. And his hands are shaking, and he's knocking them over. The nurse sends him away and says, "I'll take care of those. Can you make it back to your room?" He's like, he nods. He feels his heart beat painful, and remember, he's not only dealing with, and he's not even caring about the storm too much, but his chest hurts. He undergoes an anxiety attack. He hasn't had those in years. He felt like he needed his inhaler to breathe again. He feels along the hallway trying to make it back to his room, vision dying. Travis makes it to his room, into the bathroom, and uncapped his Vicodin in the dark, but when he overturns it, it's empty. His heart lurches in his chest. Pain shoots through his limbs, and he slides to the floor, gripping the toilet for support as his legs failed him. His memory became clear for the first time in a decade. He remembered waking, taking 3. He remembered returning to use the bathroom and taking 3 more. Forgetting he had already done so. He had left the common area only to return to take 3 more. Or he'd taken more. Those are the only trips he remembered. The bottle was empty, and it should have been half full. So he's taken way too much Vicodin. Painkiller. He thinks he may have taken 20 pills, which would kill him, but he's not sure. Honestly, he didn't. His stomach lurches painfully. He could feel the acid spill out of it and run its fiery course up his esophagus. He felt it surge onto his tongue, the taste bitter and unwelcome, chunks of bread and undigested meat sliding out of his lips, along with a mound of bile that splattered partly into the toilet and partly into the room. And we'll end there because it's sort of his death scene, and it's kind of disturbing. And he has the shortest chapter probably in the book just from that. Before sound followed the path of all his other senses, he heard the sound of cracking, tearing, breaking and screaming, as if hell itself was rising to meet him. It's the last sentence of his chapter. So he doesn't get to experience the tornado coming on him. He has sort of a alternate problem to deal with, which is taking him, has nothing to do with the tornado. I don't know why I did that off the point of it. I don't know why it was based around that. It just felt like a good part of the story. Most of the time when I write a story, I'm led more than I lead. Chapter 11 has a stupid name called I Die. I think I was being clever at the time. I don't know. But we end up back with the LGBTQ group, or mostly just the gay group. They're just all gay. And they're at IHOP. Some are still sleeping. Some are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, if you don't know what that is, by the way. If you're older than I am. Claudio's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With Leon. Then they notice the sound of screeching tires. So I'll go ahead and start reading here. There's the sound of screeching tires, and everyone except Ben's sleeping friends peered out towards the street. Through the rain and hell, not much could be seen. There were headlights, hazy in the downpour, but they moved fast up through the strip mall, growing brighter as distance closed, heading straight for the 24-hour restaurant. Too fast. They weren't slowing. As the headlights hit his face, Ben realized something else. The car wasn't touching the ground. Shit. Gil. He pulled his lover out of the seat, and they hit the cover to the floor. His friends scrambled over their seat out of the way, and the metal beast crashed to the front with a roar of glass that sounded like a waterfall, and sprayed the prone duo with pieces of the window. Suddenly, the storm was louder, but not as loud as the car skipping a tire over a pair of back-to-back benches, then storming into the kitchen in a hell of screeching metal that ended with a loud crunch. There was a loud scream, followed by a ghostly wail of horror that came from the kitchen as Ben and Gil rose. The fuck? Gil's gasped, still waking from his dream world. Before Ben could answer, the hood of the intruding vehicle was alight with a small spoof. Excuse me. Along with much of the back wall of the restaurant's kitchen. All but his group made their way out for the outside. The 4 teens made their way for the kitchen.
checking booths and tables in the car's paths for victims. As they slammed through the kitchen door, they were overwhelmed by the smoke of the fire. Claudia pulled the white handle of a nearby fire alarm, activating sprinklers, but it wasn't enough to stop the ghastly pit inferno. A girl crouched in the corner beyond the car, staring at it in fear. The girl crouched in the corner beyond the car, staring at it in fear, as if the big yellow thing, which Finn now saw was a taxi, would get up and come for her. "Get out! Over the bar!" Gil shouted at her. She looked at them, under the car, and nodded, climbing over, clumsily falling off the metal counter before taking off to the front door. Finn shot a curious glance at the people running back inside before he looked under. There was another young woman under it. He could only tell her sex by her bosom. Her face was no longer human-looking. I'm going to skip some of that because that's disturbing. Again, I described the state of her. Read if you want to read it. I know I'm right on an 18-plus channel here, but on YouTube I don't want to have to turn it into an 18-plus video unless I have to. Anyway, so we'll skip that. He rose and backed away, searching for the driver. For a driver was impossible. The entire cabin was engulfed. Even if he hadn't been killed by impact, he was roasted corpse by now. "The thing's a bomb with a lit fuse," Claudia said, her voice shaking up with urgency as shock wore off. "We have to get out here now." They fled out the kitchen and to the front door, held open by a person each. "Guys, we need to get out of here," Gil started as he ran towards them first. "A thing in there might..." But he stopped speaking, his breath taken away. The rain and hail had cleared. What was left of the downtown's lights, which wasn't much, was enough to reveal the monstrous swirling cloud that was eating away at the tall buildings across the street. Storefronts topped by dozens of apartments, bricks, pieces, woods, coal cars, tons of debris fell into the parking lot only to be picked back up by the funnel. The monster sounded like a stone grinder, tons of hard rock being flung against anything and everything around them. The stuff too heavy to push to its limit till it fell inward on the building it was meant to support. "I don't think we're in the damage path," Claudia said. "It seems to be following the road." "It's massive," one of the remaining crew breathed barely audible above the twister. "Sarah's dead," the one from the kitchen wailed. Ignoring her, Ben nodded. "It's following the street, but that thing behind us might blow. We need to get out and make our way around the back of the building, away from it." The group nearly in unison looked between them and the twister. It was fastening them, and it would take several moments to do so. This was impossible, like standing next to a wall of cloud. Finn shook his head with a sigh, taking Gil's hand, and led the four their way around IHOP, away from danger. At a safe distance, Gil stopped with Finn, turning to watch as the rest of the group made off behind them. The sight was as magical as it was horrible. The buildings the thing left behind had once stood dozens of stories tall. Now they stood 1 to 3 levels of rubble, and, no doubt, human remains. Their own parking lot had been missing cars. The IHOP sign had been bent in half and toppled upon some kind of large green electrical box. Not a single power line had once lined the roads near these still stood. Ben glanced over the traffic to notice a bus with its lights on, facing away from the cyclone, rocking in the heavy winds. Surely the driver saw this thing coming, but what could be done? And that's the end of that chapter. Now, they are what I was talking about earlier. Wait, what am I doing? Is Jeff still? Jeff still. They are what I said earlier. They are the second outward view of the tornado, where everybody else but them and the lady get an inward view. They're the outward view, and they are the bystander view. They don't have to, they don't have to worry about the monster itself. They're worried more about something else, but they get to watch it from the outside and marvel at it without worrying about running away from it. Whew, my throat. I can feel it. I was going to say coming in the air tonight, but it's already in there if it's about to go in my throat. Oh, I've heard that the drop emote, the dead drop, whatever the hell it's called, emote that just came out, has a longer wait time. Let's see if I can find it to actually drop. Because people were using it to too quickly dodge snipers. I don't have my favorites. It should be my favorites. I like that one. Well, I'll have to Figure that out. Yay, thank the bus driver. Part 8? I don't know. Same spot as before, shall we? I only need one more chest and I'm done with this, then I can find out where the next CD is. And get our next arm. You have to drop down here, dude. This is my spot. Is that what I think it is? It looks like it. It is. Hello, one hit kill. Hello, one hit kill. That shotgun is so ridiculous. It's not even funny. But it's sort of funny. Pick it up, doofus. Sometimes I just get a ton of chrome, sometimes I get no chrome. That's honestly enough. Now. Oh wait, no, I'm done. We visit TV now. The closest TV will be on the island up north. Okay, we can make that. So if you're crumbing through a wall and you get splattered, do your corpse get stuck in the wall or does it fall through? If I had the money, the resources, and the talent, I'd make a mature version of this, where death isn't like teleported away, it's gore. Violence. They just stay on the ground dead. Until like the loop comes in. They can be cleared out by the loop to save memory and space. Honestly, if you have enough memory from moving people, if you have enough memory, just keep their corpse there. This also might be my most favorite version of moving. I know it's very similar to the sand tunneling, which is why they upgraded the sand tunneling at the beginning of this season, but it's very good. It's cute when it does that.
You feel your identity slipping away. Do not resist. You will be rewarded. To continue past this point is to lose everything you knew and everything you were. Will you continue?
Yevers? Okay, chrome wildlife, huh? So we need to find wildlife. There's a chicken back here. Oh, we gotta move in. I'm not going to waste my splash on birds, so we might as well get more splashes after for that. Yeah, I don't know, wasting the birds are a waste. Always having animals that fight back. Shark. No shark. Just weird 3D audio. I'm gonna go up here and take the tornado out. I mean the chrome spout out. Oh, it's down there. Maybe I was wrong where I thought it was earlier when I saw it. Down near Shimmering Shrines. I thought it was up here. Oh, that's freaking with my audio. Looking for the animal. Imaging. Gotta hunt the animal. I saw animals hurting each other down here. It should be a wolf. There we go. Who shot at me? Killed by a chicken. I might make it. Normally the first circle doesn't hurt that much. Wi-Fi? Oh. Did you see my shotgun eat through that field, by the way? One shot, build down. Nothing's gift. Chaotic Edge. So we have the Siren Spear, which is a spear, and Siren meaning he's tempting fight in. We have the Reaper's Lament, because it's a scythe. The Dread Claw, because it looks like a claw, it also looks like a bottle opener. He'll be able to open his own bottles of beer. The Sharpened Sunburst, which is sort of a dagger spear thing. And lastly, the Chaotic Edge, which looks like a messed up version of the claw.
Okay, so we'll go back into the story here. What are we at in time? That's a long one today, guys. Chapter 12 is called Fly. It's not named after anything. It's just the word fly. Did I save? Chapter 12 takes place back in the bus with Alex, which we really haven't seen since the beginning. Excuse my throat. Hold on. Today is definitely a Zyrtec day. Anyway, we hit the bus as radio chatter wakes Alex. It's come emerge is all they say. He can hear all between the static. But the bus driver and everybody else is awake. He was the only one asleep. It was amazing. He's amazed he was able to sleep with the bus rocking and the storm raging outside. Several of the bus windows had already been cracked by the large golf-sized hail. The winds were reaching damaging speeds, and he assumed was increased by their location in between buildings downtown. Now, the tornado where it hit his path was at the IHOP area. It's already located downtown. It was eating further into downtown, destroying brick buildings and towers and everything in its wake because it is the biggest F5. Somewhere behind them in the roar of the wind, something large cracked and crashed. Car alarms honked, beeped, and rattled. Alice looked back, but the back of the bus was windowless, so he pressed his face against the Via bus window he sat by and tried his hardest to see what had fallen. Maybe his arcade was gone, and it was impossible to see anything through this mess. The rain headed to left, right, and left again. He was pondering over the oddity of the rain's direction when a car skidded through the street out of the mess. It swerved towards the bus. Alice braced herself and back, but turned at the last moment into a nearby light pole. I'm so sorry about the allergies. Someone's got to help that man, an elderly lady called from behind him. There's no one in the car, Alex said. The steering wheel back had deflated in an empty seat. The brakes must have failed. Behind them the rain parted, and his breath was stolen from him. He wanted to scream, but nothing came from him. He sat and held dearly to his chair, tightened to white knuckles as the back of the bus was lifted off the ground a few feet and twisted to the left. Within those swirling massive clouds which had stolen his breath and engulfed the bus, overriding the scream of the passengers of its own monstrous sounds, rolled a tighter, person-sized mass, which seemed a lighter color from the rest of it. He watched this horrifying anomaly hit the bus and shatter the windows. All he could see in front of him was the ground as the bus was picked up and spun on its nose. He was pelted by grass and dirt, glass and brick, by stones and things which felt fleshy and wet. Now I'm going to stop there for now. I did notice that I'm going to note that the mask that's inside the tornado is something not a lot of people knew about before Storm Chasers came around. It was talked about by Tim Samaras prior to Storm Chasers. Tornado is made up by several vortices or vortexes inside it. Bigger ones usually have dozens, maybe, vortices inside it, and those are really what damages things. When it hits buildings, it's not the giant mass of wind that levels the building, it's the small things tearing it apart and shredding them. Someone fell towards the front of the bus and gripped hold of his arm. At that, he lost hold of his seat, and both of them were halted as they slammed upon the bus roof. The old lady was still clinging to his arm, but no longer conscious. He pulled free and tried to stand, unable to, as the bus spun through the world around him. The windows full of nothing but cloud, debris, and rain. The wind howling against the bus so violently he wondered if it would tear the bus apart. The bus rose again, and this time on its tail, and he started to slide the other way. As the bus rose vertically, with a jerk, he was thrown from the roof and fell towards the back. While he passed, he made for his airborne bag. He hit the rear of the Via bus with a large crunch in his neck, and then all was silent. And that's the end of Alex's chapter. The tornado at this point is downtown, in the heart of downtown. It is noted that even F5s would be very difficult to lift large debris. They destroy things, they wreck things, they don't normally lift cars and vehicles. F5s might be able to throw a car, but it isn't normally going to do what it does here in Fortnite, where it lifts the vehicle up into the air dozens of feet. That's not normally going to happen.
Twister's scene where a giant-ass truck falls out of the F5, not possible. That thing's too heavy. It could possibly get thrown, and sure, its thing might go off and explode, but it isn't going to be lifted up off the ground and then thrown. That's not what happens in tornadoes. It's just writers wanting to make something more exciting. I would blame Michael Crichton, but it's bad to speak ill of the dead. The way more popular and dead, and someone I actually love, big Crichton friend back in the day. Put off by some of his later writings where he seemed to be like horribly anti-science. I don't know where his political stance would be today if he was around, but I liked the Jurassic Park series in writing form, the first 2 movies, and Jurassic World for that matter, which is based off his works. And I like the Andromeda Strain. I like, actually, one of my favorite books I read of his was Prey. If you ever get a chance to read Prey, it's very interesting. But yeah. I put that in there for Alex to be sort of in the middle of nowhere, be someone caught in a vehicle or in a storm like this. What am I doing? A problem wildlife. I am... fuck. I need chrome more than I need items, so we'll head over here. I should have dropped way earlier. And also to notate that I specifically put a bus in there to notate the effects of a tornado on a vehicle. It may be able to get off the ground a little, but it's mostly going to throw them, toss them, roll them. It isn't going to pick them up and then eat them like a giant monster would. I guess that's the difference between the Twister tornado and a real tornado. The Twister tornado is very much a movie monster. A lot of it is fictional because it's a fictional story. It's made to be a super-powered beast. It's its own kaiju than a real tornado would be. Not to say a real tornado isn't as devastating, just that the tornadoes in reality wouldn't be able to do stuff. And my tornado takes some precedence in being a little overpowered. If an F5 passed through downtown, I don't think it would completely decimate every single brick building down there. Probably blow out all the windows in the last towers. But I don't think it'd do as much destruction as mine is doing. Wait, I need foam. EMR to the rescue. Please get one. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. Here this is, and hell yes. Okay, time to test this again, I guess. Yeah. That's good. Okay, that's still a thing, apparently. Okay, let's head in and see if we can find some animals to shoot. I'm going to do this, and this, and... We will go, on we will go. I don't think he counts as an animal. He might, I don't think he does. Don't shoot at me. I saw a person. I saw a person. Oh, let's go for where these go. Where are you going? Hello, no hate 12354. Welcome to the stream. I know there's someone behind me. They following me? Nada? I don't know. Nada. Shimmering Shrine. Okay, it's just stuck out here to the Shimmering Shrine. I guess I was wrong the first time. I thought it was up north, further north. Oh, that sent me the wrong way. I thought that was shooting me the other way. Oh, hello. I'm back in the Shimmering Shrine. Guess I'll take the tornado then. Wait, I heard a chicken. I know I heard a chicken. There it is. Stick on the outside and look for animals. And people. Come on out. Say hello to my deadly little friend. Oh no, someone's burning down the forests. All of country. See anybody?
Sorry, but you're only sad for a little while. Oh shit, here comes the storm. Ooh. Hello, my friend. Oh, that's bull. That didn't hit me. Returning to the lobby. Okay. Chapter 13 is called Night Shift. That's actually named after a Stephen King short. I believe it was a short. Was it a book? I don't remember. It was named after something. Stephen King-ish. Is this just the musical version playing? Okay, this. At Night Shift, the bar. We head back to the bar. We haven't been in a while. The bar's dead quiet. Patrons who hadn't braved the storm were now stuck until the thing passed. And they're in there. The wind is terrible. They're thinking it's worse. It's impossible getting worse than better. James laments about how he left Florida coast after Andrew with his family, and they had never wanted to live in something like that again. His old parents are old and tired living up in Colorado, but he'd come to San Antonio for opportunity. He's still with his friends, who are all there. A lady comes out of the bathroom saying that, hey, there's something coming through the window in the ladies' room. And Stephen, one of his friends, says, oh, this is a dick of an evening. James is apologetic, he's like, not your fault. God conspired against us. They tried the radio again, since all the regular powers run out. The power's on battery. But the wind knocked down stuff out there, and everything's just down. The radio doesn't work. Witches come by with more drinks, and James like, well, there are like 100 or so fire blankets in the kitchen's pantry. They're not much. It looks like we'll all have to crash here for the night. And then there's a loud crash, which steals their attention, and the squealing of metal scraping across the pavement, followed by more crashing and the honking of car alarms. James swore he could hear screaming. I'll go into reading here. What was that? Ted started. The door flew in with a roar, their gold-plated rims crashing against the walls. James could imagine the holes they had put in the red velvet-lined plaster. It was the last of his problems as the building began to shake and come apart around them. What's going on? The old lady wailed. James turned to the kitchen stairway that would lead into the basement, down below the river walk itself. But as he did, white smoke and crumbling stone filled the doorway, blocking their only escape. The balcony! Into the river walk. The chef, bloodied from a wound on his brow, shouted as he darted out of the crumbling kitchen. Somewhere a burglar alarm had been tripped, and then it was chirping annoyingly even over the crumbling restaurant. James wondered if he was feeling wind upon his cheek, and knew it was upon them. It'd be a miracle if they made it to the river. And even more of a miracle if that provided any shelter against such a storm. He kept flashing back to the day his house had been pulled apart by Andrew. The San Antonio couldn't have had hurricanes. It was too far inland. So there was only one other thing this could be, and where had been the warnings? Did San Antonio have no warning system this close to Tornado Alley? Shaking himself out of his daydream, he followed the chef, to watch him and 3 of his employees disappear into a rain of concrete chunks and bricks that took the balcony with it. The older lady wailed again, and he wished that she would shut up. He wanted to scream at her to shut up, slap her a little. A little violence might make him feel better. This is supposed to make you not like James, by the way. Within seconds of that thought, his back was in immense pain, and all he could see was red floor covered in clouds of dust. Something roared over him as wind pulled violently at his hair. Something monstrous, something he felt was every bit as evil as Satan himself. He tried to move and found his hands unmoving, his legs cold and unfeeling, only his back burned with crushing pain. So James gets a little more characterism there. He's not a good person. He's one of the people in the story that are really not a good person. We didn't really know this, but, you know, he's an entrepreneur.
A lot of them aren't good people. Some of them are. A lot of them aren't. Um, but we also get an inside view of what's happening in downtown as the building comes down around them. His attempt to escape is thwarted by the building just falling apart underneath this monstrous tornado, tearing apart the building above him. And he ends up trapped underneath the building that falls in on him. I do believe there's only one or two more chapters left. We'll go ahead and go into here. We are on page location 673 of 992. What the hell does that mean? This says it has 394 locations wrong. This is not a 300-page novel. It's a novella. You like that picture, Chi? She's looking at the battle bus coming to the liquid. You're not watching very interested. What the hell? Chrome wildlife still. Heading down to Vietnam. So I'm assuming this isn't a ported in area from the other side, because this has been here, I think, since day 1 of chapter 3. What is this up here? Oh, it's East Trial Head with a chest on it. My assumption would have to be that, holy cow. Legendary, okay. Does orange look different to you? Stolen. They're mine. Oh, thank you. We'll pick this up. Can you pick it up, please? One, 2, 3, 8 out of 2. Is that it on the weapons up here? Just Evercomb burst rifles is what he has? Shotgun. Okay. Better than nothing right now. Oh, what the hell? As you can see, the chapters are getting a little faster and shorter as we reach the climax there, the end of everything, because these people are closer by. Wait, are you already a... No, you're not. 1296 1416. I'm almost 1,000 out. Ooh. I have 16 bullets left. Click, clack along the track. Sorry to have scared you, my love. I don't need that. This is not as big or detailed as the last one. This is an early Coliseum before the last Coliseum was made. People? Some. Almost. Damn. Marson put me down. Okay, this will probably be the one of the longer ones to go, but we do have a few other novellas to get through throughout the other things. We should be coming down to the end here. Chapter 14 is called Warzone, not named after Modern Warfare Warzone. I don't think that existed back then. The radio crackled. Oh, I'm sorry. This is, I shouldn't read all of this. It's going to take too long. If you want me to read something like a book like this, tell me and we'll go do a reading just on the channel itself. Let me know if you want me to read some of these stories like this one. But basically, we take over as a new character called Vicky here at the beginning. Vicky is the manager of the dogco, and she's driving through devastated back streets edging around 1604. She's listening to the radio. It is said that the EF5 has moved through downtown and is now bearing down on our very own station. We are taking shelter in our basement and will broadcast as long as the storm allows. Then she turns it down. This path now no consequence to her. It's past her. She comes down power lines. She had skipped the highway for the reported hundreds of unvented cars, but she had to go around power lines, risking going over live wires and whatnot. But she had to stop. She couldn't stop. Paramedics were too busy to currently check on the one person that was inside her store in the flattened strip mall. Her dogco had taken a direct hit, and her employee was the only overnighter in the entire shopping center. She goes over the wires, not live, and then drives out towards 1604. The overpass is held, but there were dozens of families out of their cars underneath it, dozens of people shell-shocked, women crying, men looking pissed, children severely injured. Some cars had been shoved into the tiny crooks where the concrete hill met the overpass bridge. Some appeared to have been tossed off of it. A few were so torn apart she couldn't make out what kind of car or truck they had been. She thinks about the families, fearing for them, especially in the last ones, but so wasn't anything she could do about it. There were the smells of war zone here, ozone burning, oil burning, even the copper taste of blood, and she hoped her store wasn't part of it. She hadn't need to worry. There was nothing left of her store to burn. Almost nothing. Out of the entire strip mall, it was one of only 2 stores directly hit. Across the parking lot, Jin's Jewels was also nothing more than rubble. But that store was tiny. It was likely Twister had increased in the parking lot and destroyed the entirety of her store and hotel. All that stood there was the sturdy kennels poking through the twisted rubble of steel girders, tin roofing, and cinder block. The Radio Shack next to it had an exposed wall, but there was still standing. We didn't have a Radio Shack next to us in real life, by the way. We had something else. Office Depot, maybe? I just thought Radio Shack was more iconic at the time. It doesn't exist anymore. She turns into the parking lot, dodging a shattered O from the marquee, and pulls into a parking lot, which was the organizer's usual choice. Her car was nowhere to be seen. Possibly in the store itself, but she couldn't tell her car from shelving units in the mess. Her heart seemed to stand still as she scanned the rubble for any signs of life. But not a wall stood. What chance did the poor young woman have? She jumped at the tap on her passenger window. Outside stood a bloodied and bruised Heather, barely recognizable under her horribly swollen face. Vicky opened her door and pulled her in. Heather, oh my God, what, how? She was shaking badly. All the dogs in the kennels are okay. The ones in the suites, they're missing. 3 dogs all gone. You need a hospital, Vicky said, putting her car back into drive. She was impressed Heather had thought enough to keep count of the pets and their well-being. However, she feared shock might be distracting her from the more life-threatening situation. But the dogs. I've notified corporation, she said, as she said that her assistant manager's car pulled into the lot. He had the actual store manager, the boss above Vicky, with him. I don't know why I said her. And everyone's coming in to assist, but your arm looks broken. Heather glanced down at the left arm with a grimace. It was crooked below the elbow, and the wrist was twisted. Yeah, I guess. That's the end of Heather's chapters right there. We'll go ahead and read the rest of this. We're going to have to call this a day as far as streaming goes at the end of this. But for now, we'll go ahead and read this to this music is. I think that new song. Chapter 15, The Closet, is Harry's ending. Harry wakes up, find his dog licking his face. He sits up and the closet's walls were gone, disintegrated around him. His house was nothing but a few splintered sections of support beams. His upstairs, his room, the study, all gone. The other room still had a window surrounded by wooden supports, but her bed was still in one piece. Her bookshelf, a booklist, was still there. Her giant flat screen was gone. The living area was gone. Everything was gone except the fridge, which he noted was open, as if the Twister had decided on a snack while it worked. And the toilet in the restroom that was once at the bottom of the stairs, though it seemed to be spewing up brown water. He stood and walked out with his dog, amazed that his back fence seemed to be as unharmed as he was, in awe at the destruction of not only his but his neighbors' houses. He sucked his breath. His 13-year-old neighbor was lying in the back lawn behind their house. He rushed to the fence that stood between their yard, which easily collapsed as he made to climb it. Bouncing back from the fall, he was quickly atop the child, patting him lightly on the face, but he's unresponsive, not breathing. And he goes on to try and CPR the kid until someone takes over. Oh no, he doesn't CPR the kid, that's right. He chose to CPR the kid, but realizes that his hand is broken. And he's missing 3 of his fingers, so he's not as untouched as he thought. Tried for both. He managed to start chest progressions, but cringed as he noticed his right hand was missing 3 of his fingers. Only the pinky and thumb remained. The other 3 shortened mashes of bloody meat around protruding bleached white bone. And that's when their mom comes out and the family starts chest compressions, and he walks out into the street. He walked out of the backyard over a mound of their mixed houses and into the street. Nothing was left. Not a single house for over a block of the neighborhood, and even further on in front of him. The impossible twister that would never hit his town had been over a block wide. There were bodies in the street, some of them with grieving family around them, some of them all by themselves. And all he had was his dog. Where were his parents? Harry started towards the first lone body, his shaken brown lab trotting right behind him. The least he could do is see if ones without loved ones to care for them were still alive. Chapter 16 we call All Washed Up, which is just a play on the phrase all washed up. We follow new characters named Trent, who are actually kind of a recovery and rescue team. If you are familiar with recovery and rescue teams, they're kind of rented out or borrowed or bought, whatever, by actual rescue teams, the paramedics and whatnot half the time, and these guys are brought in and they pull cars out of water and they go in, they dive to make sure people are okay and they can get them out of trees. They have some heavy equipment. Trent is the one we follow. He's diving into the chilly waist-deep water, his temperature not stemmed by his tight wetsuit. And he's checking cars and stuff. So far, the 4 cars they had found were empty. Those cars had been tagged and left to be retrieved when the waters had let off. But as he dove down and he nearly gasped a gulp of water when his flashlight lit up a lively-looking corpse, floating in the space on the floor between the driver's seat and pedals. It was a middle-aged man, a nice button-up shirt. He clutched tightly to a purse of some kind. Trent used the car to pull himself back up to the surface and gave his friend a thumb down, signaling a recovery effort of a body. Now, if you aren't sure if that wasn't clear enough for you, that's Michael. That is the end of Michael right there. We already knew he passed away, but now we get a sign of him. And he goes in and retrieves the body and pulls it out. There's another LGBT notice here. His friend notes the bag he's clutched to, and he's in Reeker, so he can't let go of the bag. And he's like, the bag is he queer? And Trent makes a sour face at the use of the word queer. His field companion had no idea he was a fireman in the closet. Doesn't seem so, does he? Look how nice he's dressed, though, for a date, I'd wager. The window had been forced open as if someone had made to get out. Then, after a little talk, the radio squeals and notices a body down to Military Road. Which is a road, by the way. Police found an unresponsive yet alive nude female that seems to have washed up on the shore of a ditch as it curved. He pulled her away from the water, but says she seems to have suffered near drowning and blunt impact, as he described it. Bruises all over her body, and she just came off a light shade of lewd. The duo glanced at each other. That's just down the street. It's the same damn ditch. I know, Fred. Unit 3 on the way. Don't bother with paramedics. We'll stabilize the transporter. The city needs them elsewhere. So that's what happened to Wendy. Wendy's still alive, but barely. And she's washed up on shore somewhere. On a shore that's not usually a shore. Chapter 17, The Old Man Home. Which is a play off Knick Knack Paddywhack. The old man came rolling home. But yeah. Travis gasps for air, believe it or not, and he awakes. But when he stands, he hits his head on something. His lungs are burning, his body aches, his chest is on fire, but he's alive. His memory is still clear. He had taken his whole bottle of pills, and he should be dead, but he isn't, or maybe he was. He opens his eyes, found nothing other than darkness. He feels around. He finds out that he's in his collapsed place. I'm not reading here, I'm just saying. He shouts for his nurse, but of course there's no nurse. And he calls around, trying to find his way out and counts. He has no idea about the tornado. He's been supposedly dead the entire time. but it gives you a little bit of hope, and it was somewhat of a hopeless story. He survived. He survived an accidental overdose, and he survived a tornado, and he's able to move on. All he has to do is wait. Chapter 18 is called Help is on the Way. This follows the IHOP crew, the gay kids. Behind them, IHOP is burning, throwing up hundreds of feet of smoke and dozens of feet of flame as it burned from the wreck, and its kitchen and the propane gas that fed it. They knew the place was victimless, save for the charred corpse of the taxi driver and the one worker crushed by the incident. When the tornado was miles from them, they began to dig through the demolished apartments, the storefronts they thought were safe enough to do so. I'm not reading it again, I'm just talking. And then Gil and Ben are working together. They're looking for live people. They found so many so far that are dead, squashed in pieces. They're hoping to find one live full person. Then he goes, he and Ben lifted up a large section of the wall plaster. Found a whole person as they had wished. A young 20-something old man with Irish red hair, matching sideburns, unshaven face. But his open stare was one of death. That's when they noticed his arms, which were folded in front of him, moving lightly. Carefully they rolled him over, and off an infant, only weeks old. The infant was beaten and bloodied, but it moved, and it began to call and mock sound of crying, as if it lost all its air in the fall from unknown heights. Gil picked it up and held the baby. Worried stare. Held Ben's worried stare. What the hell, baby? I have a baby, he turned and shouted, and he's hurt bad. If anyone has a car, we need immediate transportation to a near hospital. Go away, Facebook. The lady employee from IHOP, the one who had begun to wail at the witness death of her friend not an hour ago, ran up the rubble to them. My car is far away enough behind the store to get to safely. I'll drive you as fast as I can to Santa Rosa. I don't think the storm headed in this direction. Gil nodded and turned it in, his eyes sparkling with purpose. Go with the child, stay here, and help whomever else you might find. Ben grimaced, his bloodshot eyes were dark with exhaustion and horror. But he nodded all the same as he watched his lover take the child and descend the pile of buildings. And that's kind of the end of their section. But they have a kind of half section. Gil and Ben are gone now. We now have Claudia. Chapter 19 is called Game Over. Claudia is in between the wreckage of cars, trying to comb through cars to see if anybody's alive. And she ends up on Alex's bus. So this is kind of Alex's in-game too. They're finding bodies on the road and lining them up as they aren't alive. She's working with an old man from the restaurant. She's having trouble drawing back stomach fluid. She doesn't like all the death, but she knows that it's something that has to be done. And she ends up on the bus. She sees it, and she thinks it's just awful. The bus has been completely sandblasted clean by the wind and debris. All the windows are shattered. People are obviously dead inside it. It's on its back as it was last time we saw it. And she reaches for a lady's throat, but finds no pulse, no breathing. She rose the body and walked around the side of the bus, which was really the bottom of the bus. Using the wheel too heavy for her to move and pressing her feet against the joints of the undercarriage, she hoisted herself up and over with the swing of her other leg. Thinking the god of rainbow children that she dressed like a tomboy and wasn't getting this old helper of hers to show in some flashy skirt. She landed with a crunch of glass under her boots on the other side of the bus, glad that the first row was empty, and she hadn't come down upon any bodies. Behind her sat the driver, still belted in, but with her neck bent to a sharp angle, dead. The next two she came upon, dead and dead. So was the old man. She wondered if he belonged to the old lady outside. Oh no, she whispered. There was a kid here, not much younger than herself, and cute in a dorky sort of way. His blank white-eyed stare into nothingness meant she had no reason to check his pulse. He gripped tightly onto an orange backpack, which Ruined Comics had spilled from. God, this sucks. Claudia knelt next to him and palmed his free hand, though it was lifeless and unresponsive. Why would you allow this to happen? She asked the dark sky through broken windows above her. Lightning cracked the darkening, as if daring her to call him out once again. Chapter 20 is called The Party, and this one we end up back with James. We have just learned not to like James, and he was swallowed whole by trouble. But his story isn't over. He ends up trapped by the rubble. The wind had passed, the tornado was gone, he was under rubble, lots of fucking rubble. He tried to move, but there was nowhere to move. He could barely breathe. As he took up burning gas, he realized that this wasn't just an understatement, an observation. Tons of ancient building material was crushing him. He could hear signs, he could hear voices, but they all seemed so distant. He tried to call to them, only managing a mouse-like squeak. And find out that he's most likely at least paraplegic. He has a really disgusting thought about maybe having some hot nurse at his bedside once they rescue him. And there's sound of rumbling as he has awakened much time later, and rescue has now come to remove the rubble. And he begins to finally wonder about his friends and if they survived. There isn't any comeuppance for him. He doesn't deserve to die just from a jackass anyway. But if he does live, he will be a paraplegic. Does he live? I guess it's up to you. Maybe one day he'll appear in another book. Who knows? The chapter 21 is called The Secret. The Secret was the addition to the end. It wasn't an addition to an end, but put at the end as sort of a call out towards this San Antonio council I had talked to. As you remember what I had said at the beginning, I wrote this after San Antonio council member. This kind of like whatever my idea of us adding sirens because our warning systems aren't perfect. So I added this. In this, we start off with a lady named Barbara, who is at a mayor's office, where she's spent half her career and was pretty much gone, and she's coming through cabinets and papers and trying to find things. But she's looking for a personal letter right now. One paper letter that wasn't saved on the computer, which had been ruined in the storm. One piece of paper in a yellow envelope that, if found by another, could be devastating to her position. Could cause her to look like the bad guy, the cause of hundreds of deaths. And she was combing through what was left of her office to find it. It was hard to find anything. After all, her office was the rubble of multiple offices now. For that matter, it had been a tornado and it could have easily carried the letter miles away. Chapter 22 is called Miles Away. Jason is zombified, which was the best way he'd ever be able to describe it. And yes, his name is Jason. Yes, I used that name later, but I like the name Jason. He had watched the world come down around him during his security job at Wells Fargo. And now alive and numb, he could do no more than walk down the road without heading. And this is supposed to represent people who are in kind of a shell shock situation. If you ever watched the videos of 9/11, there are people just walking after they fall the towers because they don't know what to do. They're in shock. They're devastated. Their emotions are overwhelmed and now flatlined. And this is where he is until his foot slides on something. It made an annoyingly maddeningly sound like a ripping paper and sliding knife down a cutting board. He looked down and noticed it was indeed a paper, a yellow envelope which had ripped in the bottom piece of wood and he stepped on it. He picks it up and he looks at it. I'm not going to read any more on this. And he reads a note, the Dear Mayor Castro. And it's a note that the lady was looking for. And it's pretty much the same exact note I wrote to the city. As well as and I don't know if I do the reply. Yeah, it does a reply too. It does a second letter, which is a kind of more twisted. It's not the exact letter I got back, but it's kind of very similar letter I got back. I kind of mashed it up with some other ideas, mostly to keep from whoever answered me at the city council from coming after me for disparaging them. But pretty much it says the same thing. We're appreciative of your concern as citizens. There's no reason for this. And Jason is just left struck. He has proof in his hands that this kind of thing was predicted. And that the city kind of just shrugged off the idea that this might happen. And it happened. And now he has proof it happened. And he's going to bring it to the people And that was where the book originally ended. There's an epilogue, which is added later. In the epilogue, we follow back to Alex. Alex wakes, and then if you're following the story right now, they're thinking Alex can't wake. He did. But Alex wakes. His eyes are blinded by light, which surprised him even 9 moments ago. And then he remembers the tornado. He stands and he's like, well, nothing hurts. He stands and finds soft ground below him. And he looks down and finds that he is standing through the bus. His ankle has gone through the wall of the bus, or the roof of the bus onto the ground. Sorry, wall of the bus. And he looks around him and he's like, well, I look the same. I look fine. Why am I going to the bus? And when he turns around, he sees himself lie crumpled, death stare, and he realizes, shit, I'm dead. He tries to touch his bag, grab his bag, but his hand goes through it, and a voice disturbs him. So he can't touch anything human made from this side. And he gets surprised by it. And then through the floor of the bus, which now acted as a wall, a man walks through. He was certainly as white as he was. He was a good-looking man that looked to be about his 40s. His receding hair that wasn't quite medium length, but was long enough to wave in the air. He was about average height and slight musculature about him, as if he lifted heavy objects for a living, and wore a wisp of amused smile upon his face, while his eyes seemed to twinkle with interest at everything they took in. Eyeing the man's hair, Alex waved around his hand. He could still feel air. The man nodded. You could still feel nature. Anything produced fire, but nothing constructed or mutated by man. Buildings, cars, electronics, or video games, Alex asked. That was a horrid afterlife. Well, that would be. As he thought this, something ethereal whisked by. Small, they were like almost like a piece of bag caught in the wind. They made a full circle around him and whisked out of life. It's starting. Follow me. And Alex follows the guy outside, and he notices like a circle of light encompassing Alex was in a circle of light encompassing him. The man who was now with 2 others shrugged. Some call it the light. He smirked in, we call it the last tornado, because everyone we've seen are tornado victims. It's like a wormhole, I guess. I mean, we have theories, but we've never been in. The man reached out and put his hand through the wall, parting the flow. They were like things that were now increasing in number and seemed to reach up, for the sun swam around his wrist, distracting him like no man these assumptions would ever do again. My favorite theory is that it takes you to the afterlife of your choosing. So if your life dream is games, then why not the greatest never-ending arcade of your dreams? Alex thought of that. The joy of being able to play, never needing coinage, never having time limits, playing forever. As he thought of this, the circulation of the walls between them strengthened. Now it would look less like bits of paper, but like white cloud billowing, circling around him. The last tornado, he breathed, and he was lifted off the ground. But for a moment he held on by pure will, as if he turned around. The one he had spoken to, a younger-looking bald man with a full-grown black beard and a cap on, and a man with a smooth face but one hell of a jawline, with a wave of hair that flipped around in front of his bangs. Wait, they turned back to him. Who are you guys? The man who had spoken to him waved him off with a flip of the wrist. Oh, scientists. No one important, really. The man with the tire squared jaw nodded in agreement. I smiled on his face. You're all dead like me. Where's your... They tried to think up the new word as they hadn't used. Vortex. The older man smiled bigger and brighter this time. Our vortices are right here on Earth. We haven't moved on to whatever is on the other side because he paused, looking towards his companions and over what was left to San Antonio. We'll never stop chasing. And that's the end of the story. It goes on. He ends up ascending. The 3 return to their ghostly looking vehicle they somehow have. And the story ends. And that's the end of Unsuspected. There's notes from author about Easter eggs and whatnot, but that's the end of me. End of my story. Oh god. The picture on here is from 2013 when I still had more hair. But my facial hair was this sad little crappy mustache. Oh my god. I don't know if to update the picture. I have no hair, but I have an actual beard now. And that is the end of Unsuspected. Ooh, and my throat hurts from reading and all the crap going on it. Ooh, go away, Kindle. Stop accenting Goodreads. Jesus. So that's the end of our stream today. I'm going to call it now. It's almost reaching 5 hours, which is quite enough. Thank you. It's past 5 hours. As far as my next week goes, I don't have a ton of time off. Where's my schedule? Let's go ahead and reload schedules. Everything's been shoved up. Okay, so today is the 5th, Wednesday. I won't be on tomorrow. Won't be on Friday or Saturday because I'll be with my son. And won't be on Sunday. Monday I work semi-late, but not late enough. So Tuesday, oh jeez, next week is crap again. What the hell, guys? I hope my book takes off. So, next week is gonna be terrible. But that means that I can stream Tuesday and Wednesday. That'll be my next time for that. By then we should have some more missions up. Does this have a time limit, or can it be done just within 2 weeks? I think you'll make it. So we'll return next Tuesday. Next Tuesday we should have some missions up from freaking Paradise missions going, and we need to do more bite. I'm guessing if we have as many missions as there are themes for them, then what's going to happen is I will have 3 more missions. And that's my guess. Is there any... Have they opened up the rest of these yet? Oh, they have. Now let's look at this real quick. So, in the extra rewards, we have a Aurora battlesuit. Oh god, that's going to be annoying. I can't spin anything. That sucks. Which is kind of a green and white. Looks kind of cool. Very spacey looking, actually. What the hell? Oh, that shows the different color of our other stuff. Okay, it'll give us the green blade. Do it again. Cool. Green Aurora Defender, green Hybrid Jets. Will it give us a green? Yes, it does. Cool. We also get Twin Xenon Espionage, which is black. I don't think that changes his female counterpart for some reason. I think they have different things. This is probably a third-party thing. It's stupid, but fun. You get the Hexture, which is a chrome theme because of the hexagons, of course. Grizz will have a purple slurp, but there is a purple Ripley. He's a mixture of the red and the blues. Kind of a alternate. It's weird that we do blue and purple, not red, as well. Twin has a pastel color. I like this one. I've seen this one before. It's a 70s kind of look. Linux will have a bubblegum. It reminds me of some anime lady who sings. Spider-Gwen will have a maskless form, which will be nice. Paradigm has a nano fiber suit. Now here it is going to be really hard to reach these in-game stuff, by the way, unless they give us some really good XP shit going. Reality Falls, which is fun. That'll be good for the Reality lady. Spider-Gwen Celestial. So these are the extra colors. First off, Spider-Gwen Celestial, love it. Meowskull's Celestial. Shit, I forgot. Meowskull Celestial is pretty good. It turns the demon in blue. It looks okay. I do like the weird coloring of it and the weird look. Out of first colors, this is pretty good. Paradigm Celestial's okay. It's not as cool looking as the other ones do for some reason. It's pretty good. Oh my god. Her Celestial is pretty decent. I like the black leather or spandex or whatever in the middle. And then Hollow Celestial's okay. Kind of matches the gray. Wait, what the hell is that? Do that again? Are they doing what I think they're doing? Oh, they're just going to show the jacket. Hold on, let's try something here. Paradigm Celestial, will you show us your other form? It does. Oh, okay, that was cooler. But of course it doesn't. You see, they still don't do it where they unlock these colors, but they don't match the other stuff to it. These are okay. They'd be good for winter, but I'm not big on that blue. with like ice or holograms. Big old meh. Let's see what her looks like. Shows the other one. That looks pretty cool. The white and blue goes good together. That's probably the best part of this page. Gold as usual. Spider-Gwen Aurelian. It's pretty cool, actually. Put your mask back on, Spider-Gwen. Your head grows like 5 times the size for some reason. Looks okay. Better than the second one. This one's okay. I do like the purple kind of darkness color there. Oh, okay. I don't know why the gun holster is so bright in all their forms. Purple and gold's okay. Let's look at our other form. Decent. Okay, I'm not ever going to use these colors. Honestly, I'm up for the first color. The last 2 colors, oh man. Meh. No offense to them. Still not going to show us the rest of the Herald stuff. Resolve issue. I have my crew stuff. There's no issue. There it goes. That's November 2nd. So that's it for today. I guess, we'll see all Tuesday. Y'all have a good day. I will be back. Tuesday we'll also do a reading. We'll start on dead ends, on the kind of the reading through stuff. Let me know if y'all would rather hear an actual reading in between drops. And we'll do that. I have no work Tuesday or Wednesday, so we'll be able to do a long stream like this. Peace and out, guys.